Sorry, you guys. I was so busy this morning. I apologize that I'm late. You don't need to see my ugly ass today because I am a mess. Hey, H. Hey, Debbie. Hey, Eva. Why Fred Hill's on disability? I don't know. I guess that's a good question there, Eva. But I do not know, ma'am. Okay, everything seems to be working okay. Let's pop over here. I did start later than usual, usually at 1 o'clock. 1:30 it is today. We're gonna get through this a little bit quick. You guys can hear me okay, right? We will get this trial started. We are going to definitely run it through a little quicker if I can get my freaking finger to do whatever. My fucking hand shaking. Okay, hold on. All right, we're gonna see if we can get through this a little bit quicker. Hey, little Deb. Thank you, ma'am. All right, let's get this party started here. For real, for real. This is Leilani Simon, day 6.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Simon. We're on the record in SPCR 22-03364J6, the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. Ms. Simon is present at counsel's table with her attorneys, Martin Hilliard and Robert Purse. The state is represented by AUSA Tim Dean, ADA Jenny Parker, and Detective Lemons. Is there anything that we need to take up before we begin today?
Who's crying today?
Yeah, Your Honor, we're ready to proceed.
And the defense is ready to proceed?
We are, Judge, but there is something we will need to take up at some point in time.
Yeah, I'm hoping that
Probably.
things step up this week
We'll need to-
because
There'll be a time when we'll squeeze it into the next break.
Okay, let's look towards the next break. Okay. Mr. Dean, please call your next witness.
Bring the jury in.
Last week. Bring in the jurors, please.
all right, they got to bring the jury in.
And good morning. Is that Miss Gay?
Last week, the prosecution's witnesses, I really listened to the FBI and detectives and etc., but the individuals that they had testifying, Danny Youngkin did okay, I think. Paul Simon did okay. The babysitter and the psychic lady, or the lady who did the seances, I don't think helped the prosecution any at all. Or the babysitter's daughter. Now, I'm still confused on that because, thank you, Debbie, because why?
Thank you.
I thought the older daughter was the one that babysitted, but
good morning,
yet the
everyone. Please have a seat.
17-year-old is the one that testified. So I'm a
we're gonna
little
start again today.
confused about that.
And before you left last Friday, I gave you my instructions not to discuss the case, don't do any research about the case, don't talk to anyone about the case, don't let anyone talk to you about the case, do not read, watch, listen to, or otherwise observe or consume any media report about the case. Was everyone able to follow the instructions? Is there anyone who could not? And if so, would you raise your hand? Okay, let the record reflect that it appears that everyone has been able to follow the court's directions. And we'll turn.
And I'll just tell you how my days went so far. I went to the laundromat, went to get my laundry detergent out of my car, a brand new bottle, and it was taken. Somebody took my laundry soap. Bitches.
Now to the state.
I was upset. Who takes somebody's laundry soap? Freaking weirdos. So no, my day hasn't been that fantabulous. Just to let you know.
The evidence that the court and jury of the trial decision should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So, yes, sir. That's what.
All right, good morning.
Oh, that she's got her beret on.
Yes, my name is Special Agent Robert Corley. I'm with the FBI Jacksonville Division.
And can you tell us just briefly about your education before joining the FBI?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and a master's degree in criminal justice.
And how long have you been with the FBI?
Since May 2011, so I'm 13 years.
Are you a full-fledged special agent, or are you in some sort of support role, or what? What's your role?
No, I'm a special agent assigned to national security investigations.
Now, you are here because you analyzed some phone records for some of the people involved in this case to see whether you could determine where they had been on the night of October 4th and the morning of October 5th, and whether their phones had made any significant movements. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is the methodology that you used to do that?
We define it as cellular analysis. We basically look at cellular records provided by cell phone companies. We match those records with cell tower lists, which are also provided by the telephone companies. And then we use relevant dates and times provided by investigators to create a report and analyze the location of the device.
Now, did you do this in your capacity as a member of CAST?
Yes, I did.
What is FBI's CAST?
So CAST is short for Cellular Analysis Survey Team, and it is a team of approximately 80 agents and task force officers spread throughout the United States. CAST performs three primary functions. We provide training on cellular analysis to state, federal, and local law enforcement partners. We also use the methodology and the techniques we're going to talk about today to track and locate people in real time. So we'll often be asked to help locate fugitives, help locate missing children, and unfortunately, a lot of times locate the missing bodies or remains of victims.
Now, can you tell us about the training part?
Sorry. And the third primary function is to do what I'm doing today, testify as an expert witness in trials.
Can you tell us about CAST training that you got that allows you to do this sort of analysis?
Sure. So CAST training starts with a basic course, which is just an introduction to cellular records that all agents.
Okay, so basically, I muted it, so don't freak out, you guys. I'm the one that muted it. Because we're going to talk about this stuff today. Just listening to it, I know it doesn't make sense for a lot of people. But what they're trying to prove is where or show is where exactly Leilani was located as far as her text and pings off the cell towers and stuff like that. So I don't know how interesting it's going to be for anybody, but to each their own.
And they bring in the people that produce these records that we're going to talk about. So when law enforcement submits a search warrant or a court order, they will provide these records. They talk about how they pull them, what all the columns mean. And then we also talk with the engineers that actually work on the towers and the networks in the field. After that, we receive some training in mapping.
And I don't want to really combine a case, but I think this is pretty interesting because we knew in the Summer Wells case, they took Dawn and Candace's phone. But Dawn said they only took data from 3 o'clock on. I don't understand that. I don't understand how they decided only to take information from 3 o'clock on. Made no sense.
And then we also receive training from other companies like Google, Apple, companies that provide other location-based services.
So aside from the training to do this type of analysis.
Oh, I don't know, Debbie. That's a good question.
Yes, I actually use this in my own cases. That's how most people become a CAST agent. You start using some of this technology in your own investigations. So I use it not only to help other agents or investigators with their cases, but I also use it daily, weekly, monthly in my own investigations.
And have you testified about it in court before today?
I have.
About how many times?
19 times.
And have you been accepted by courts as an expert witness before?
Yes, all 19 times.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask Special Agent Corley as an expert in the area of cellular analysis. Objection.
The witness is accepted as an expert.
Now, in this case, did you receive a request or perhaps a series of requests from the Savannah FBI office to conduct this sort of analysis with respect to some cellular records that they had obtained?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you receive cell phone records from Taylor Burns of the Savannah office?
That's correct.
Did these records include a set of phone records for a number identified to you as that of the defendant, Leilani Simon?
Yes.
Did they include phone records for a number identified to you as that of her boyfriend at the time?
Yes.
Did they include cell phone records for a number identified to you as that of a brother of hers that was living in the same house during the relevant time frame?
Yes.
And did they include cell phone records for a person identified to you as the father of the missing child?
Yes.
All right. Once you had these records, what did you do with them in short?
So once I receive the records, first I do a check to make sure they're original records received from the phone companies. Nothing is out of the ordinary. And then I take the records and match them with a cell tower list.
Hey,
The
Justice,
records
for
will provide
you.
In this case, we specifically use timing advance records. They
I
provide you
think
with the
so,
tower used,
Debbie.
the sector of that tower used, and then the
But I
distance
don't
from that
know.
tower. So we're able to
I
provide
don't
a
know.
general location of where a device is located. So I use those records and then produce some maps and a report showing where the phone was located during that time.
You mentioned you produced the maps. Have you for today prepared a presentation detailing your findings?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe that presentation will aid the jury in their understanding of your testimony?
Yes, very much.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 64?
Yes, sir.
He may not be old enough, Debbie,
This is
to
my
have
report.
to do it.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer State's Exhibit 64. No objection.
I don't know if it pinged at the dumpster. I know they seen her vehicle in the area. But we about to find out. And today's a little different because I am going to be talking throughout it. So like me or don't.
We're on page 1 of 12 here. Can you describe?
Well, doesn't Leilani look perky today? She had a couple days off. Got to hang out in her cell, eat her honey buns.
Right.
In my
Can you
opinion.
describe the contents of this first page here? What we're seeing?
Just a title slide with the 5 phone number or 4 phone numbers that are included in the report and the date that the last edit was made onto the report.
Okay, so the top number, that would be the defendant's, right?
Correct. 5275.
That 910 number, the second from the top, would be that of her boyfriend.
Correct.
And the one below that, another 912 number, would be that of her brother, right?
That's correct.
And then the last one would be that of the child's father.
Correct.
Moving on to slide 2, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
Yeah, this is just an introduction that describes that methodology that I just spoke to you about. We take cellular records, tower list, and then the relevant date and times that are provided to us by investigators and produce a report using those data sets.
All right, moving on to slide 3, what are we looking at here?
So this is just a general picture of what a cell tower looks like. We've all seen them around. The most common one is going to be the one in the far right corner for me, the one that's labeled a monopole tower. That's the most common one, but they can also be a cell tower can be on the side of buildings. You would probably see that in the Savannah area. And then also based on certain statutes or regulations in certain cities or municipalities, they have to be hidden, but this is generally what cell towers look like.
Moving on to slide 4.
And so when you see that cell tower that's actually on the pole, a lot of people think of the pole or the apparatus as the tower, but the tower is actually the boxes that are on top of the poles. And in most instances, about 85% of all cell towers in the United States are configured in a 3-sector pattern. They could be configured in others, but by far the majority are 3 sectors. In this presentation, all of them are 3-sector towers. And what happens is the companies divide up the towers in those 3 sectors to service each side of an area. And they're generally divided in, you can think of a 360 degrees covers the full circle, and each sector is divided up into about 120 of that. So if you think of it as pie slices like it's illustrated on this map, each sector serves that general area.
I'm sorry, you guys. I was talking and I was muted. So it serves different sectors to kind of know how to ping someone's phone and the location they're in. You know, kind of like IP addresses. From my understanding, with IP addresses, it can track it to a certain area, but a lot of times they cannot pinpoint the IP address to a specific house. I would think it would depend on actually who they pay you monthly rent to put a cell tower on your property. What if you get negative energy from the cell tower? That wouldn't be good.
Multiple calls off of bouncing off sectors, so you know that these 2 were used and the third one wasn't. So
Slide 6.
So this is what the sector will look like on a map once we've determined that a call activity or network activity has happened on that sector. And we've put it with the azimuth, and so you can see the general area. What you also see on the maps are neighboring towers. So in this one, you have a tower here to the north, and we're able to use that sector and that beam width of 120 degrees in relation to the next neighboring tower and figure out a general area of where a cell phone would be located based on the tower coverage of that area.
Slide 7, timing advance explanation. What is this?
So timing advanced is engineering data that the cell phone companies use to help optimize their network. So if you were to call in and say, I'm having problems with my cell phone, probably the first place they would look is the timing advanced data. And they would see when the cell phone is in your location and it's a distance from the tower, what does the reception look like? And if they have problems, they'll then tweak their networks or maybe provide you a booster or something like that. But this data is collected and it's aggregated from the companies. This is not, it can be collected when your device is doing nothing. As long as your device is powered on, timing advanced data can be collected from the network. And they use a measurement of time, how far it takes, how long it takes a signal to reach the tower and then back to your phone, and they're able to calculate that into a distance. So now with timing advanced, we have the sector, which is 120 degrees, the direction it points, and the distance from the tower. So on the map, this curve represents the location of that device. It can be anywhere on that arc and at that distance from the tower.
So you say, it allows you to say, we know which sector this phone is using, and we know about how far away it is from the tower, but we don't know exactly where in that sector it is, but it's somewhere inside of this fed hot dog.
Correct.
Yeah, Debbie, I would send you some sage. I'd be helping you sage. Well, I mean, I don't know if how what the percentage of cell towers is accurate or not, but he's telling us.
And it has to go around that for that split second. So in some instances, the device will appear to be further out than it is because of that split second it had to go around. So sometimes you will see an arc that is just outside the location of a phone, but the phone can never be further out. The phone can never be outside of the arc. It will always be inside of the arc.
Moving on to slide 8.
Again, this is just to show what the timing advanced band will look like on the map. Again, we have the neighboring cell tower, but we don't need to use that to make a guess because they've given us the distance from the tower that was used during the event. So that arc represents the distance that the device is.
And just to be clear, is this image, this mapping that you're
Test 100 to see if this chat message goes through. It did, Flies.
Can you watch? First of all, this is timing advanced mapping for the boyfriend cell phone, right?
Yeah, the phone ending in 1458.
Okay. Can you walk us through this, just kind of hitting all the different parts and what it is that it's telling us? Because there is a lot going on in this stuff.
There is a lot going on. This is the timing advanced activity for that phone between October 4th at 10:30 p.m. and October 5th at 5:49 a.m. What it shows is that the timing advanced arcs line up with the general area of the blue call out box, which is the address that was given as the residence of the person that uses this phone. And what you can do with the timing advanced in these instances is you can look at where timing advanced overlaps with each other, and it makes that X, so that you know that the phone could be anywhere along those bands. But when you have two overlapping bands, it's going to be somewhere in there where near where the bands overlap, or it makes an X.
Okay, so just to be clear, we'll start. Looks like we got this phone. 3 different towers gather timing advanced data for this phone during this time frame.
4 different towers. If you look at the tower at the top, 4 different sectors.
Okay, 4 different sectors. All right, so this one on the left here, right? You said at some point during the night, this phone was hitting on this tower.
Yeah, there were 22 events on that tower.
Which would put it in this band.
Correct.
And at some point in the night, it was hitting on this tower here, moving to the right.
Yeah, there was one event on that tower.
And where's the band for that one?
Can I say that?
Yeah, sure.
So this band here would line up with this tower. This band that runs from here to here.
Okay. And then was it hit this tower here, moving to the right, the one that says CID 1755? Tell us about this and where the band for it is.
So there are 23 events off both of these same tower, 2 different sectors. And what you'll see on a lot of towers is they stack on top. So if you ever see a tower and you see like there's almost like a parking garage, they're all in the same location, but level 1, level 2, level 3, they're all built to service more customers. So if there's an increase in customer base, instead of putting up a new tower, they're generally just going to stack more towers on top of that pole.
Okay, so is that why they're not offset like 100 degrees, 120 degrees from each other?
Correct.
Because it's not 2 separate sectors of the same tower. It's
Yeah, so this is likely 2 towers sitting right on top of each other, one slightly pointed in a different direction than the other. So this would still be sector 3. These are probably both sector 3 towers, one with a slightly different azimuth. Okay. And these bands are represented. You can see the one, so this one that's a little to the right.
Let me say this. What y'all need to realize, these guys are telling you exactly how they can catch you doing your messed up stuff. Criminals. Any criminals out there? FBI man's giving you a lesson. I'm just saying.
Here on this band, and then here on this band in 30 seconds. So you have to naturally start looking.
Because I'm feisty today. I am freaking feisty.
Start narrowing down the location.
All right. You don't steal my damn laundry soap.
There's no roads.
Criminals.
There's no roads here. So you can start eliminating so many places on timing advance and start narrowing down to where it's likely accurate at that time.
I'm
Is it
really
your
mad
opinion
about
that
my
this
laundry
phone
soap.
should have been in the area of 535 Buckalter Road for the entirety of this time frame here?
Yeah, you're
The
right,
timing advance data
guys.
would be consistent with it being at that location for the timing advance data that I have
Right, through the night.
through the night. They started at 10:30 and ended at 5:49.
Did you see any indication that the phone left the residence at any point tonight?
No, this is all the timing advance data that we had for that telephone.
Moving on to
Okay.
slide 10.
I think he's
This would
saying
be
Danny's phone never left
Generally
home.
the same time frame before the brother's phone, right?
Yes, this one's at 11 instead of 10:30. That was the first timing advance event, and then this one went to 9 a.m. Originally, we did some different analysis on the last phone to show where the phone went after 5:49, but this one was in the same location until 9 a.m.
Okay. And so again, we're looking at where the bands intersect to tell where this phone appears to have been through this time frame.
Yeah, so these were both Verizon phones, both using the same towers, with the exception of that one event that happened on one other tower from the last slide. These are the same
Well, I
towers.
don't know,
same
Debbie.
timing
I
advance
will
measurements,
Google that
all
and
lining up,
see,
being consistent.
because
with
that's
servicing
what
that
I do.
And
Um,
do you believe that
yeah.
the timing advance data that you looked at for this phone is consistent with the phone having been at 535 Buckhalter Road during the time frame on the top of the slide there, 11 p.m. to 9 a.m.?
Yes, these timing advance bands would service that area.
Okay. Did you see any evidence in the timing advance data through your analysis that this phone left the residence at any point during that time frame?
There were no timing advance events that made me believe that.
Moving on to slide 11. This would be cellular analysis for the child's father's number. Is that right?
That's what was described to me, yes, sir.
All right. What is the area depicted on the map here? Where are we in the world here?
Up near the South Carolina-Georgia line. I'll have to look closer at that. I'm not familiar with it.
Wow,
near
listen
Sardis,
to this.
Mill Haven, that area.
Listen to this. Good question. Yes, you can track a cell phone even if the battery is dead or removed. Android, use Google Maps, find my device to locate your phone even if the battery's dead. iPhone, use my feature to locate your phone even if the battery is dead. When a mobile device is turned off, it does not actively transmit location data to cell towers. However, just before it powers off, your phone will communicate its last known location. This happens even when it runs out of battery, and it means that you still have a chance of finding your phone when it is switched off. Can someone see your location if the phone is off? Okay, that's a lot. Let me get back over here.
Of Taylor Burns' GPS plotting for the defendant's phone and Life 360 records, showing that phone making.
If Danny's phone doesn't show it leaving, it could just mean he
the
left it
location
at home.
identified.
That is very true.
Yes, in my original analysis, they provided some other phones and another location, and the phone was consistent with moving towards that area.
Okay. And after reviewing that screen capture video,
You're very welcome, Miss Debbie
can you tell us whether
Nelson.
your analysis of that movement, as reflected in her phone records and Life 360 records, aligns with the product that Taylor put together.
So the Life 360 GPS coordinates are actually going to be more specific, but the timing advance lined up with the same pattern of movement as the Life 360 records.
Did you also look at a screen capture video of GPS plotting that Special Agent Burns did, showing a movement by the defendant's phone to the Azalea mobile home plaza, remaining there stationary for a short period of time, and returning to 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes.
Did your analysis of her timing advance data for her phone number for that period line up with Special Agent Burns' GPS plotting of that movement?
Yes, the timing advance data was consistent with that same movement.
Did you review the screen capture video that Special Agent Burns produced pertaining to the boyfriend's cell phones or the boyfriend's Life 360 records, showing in the early morning hours a movement away from the phone, from the home to his workplace, and remaining there for a few hours, and then returning back to the home? Did you see that video?
I did.
And did your timing advance analysis for the defendant's phone record, for the boyfriend's phone records during that time period line up with what Special Agent Burns had produced in the way of GPS mapping for that time period?
Yes, it did.
Okay. One moment, please.
I think that the evidence that is being shown by the professionals is what's going to end up if she gets, if they get her for it.
Special Agent Corley, you said you've been in the FBI for 13 years?
Yes, sir.
And I assume, and I'm just trying to figure it out. Did you work anywhere before the FBI, or were you in school?
No, I was a captain in the United States Air Force.
Okay, and how long were you captain in the Air Force?
9 years. I'm sorry, I was a captain for 5. I was a lieutenant for 4.
Thank you for your service, Special Agent. All right, let's go back to your illustration, if I could. just to see if I can make sense of what it's saying and what we're trying to say with it, is the sectors kind of give you a wide, broad swath in which a phone is pinging off of that tower, right?
Ping to me means a different thing, but yes, it's a general directional RF frequency. Doesn't stop at a line on the ground, so it's more of an ambiguous like shape. But it is a general representation of that tower's coverage.
Right. And all I'm trying to get at is when I say pinging, I mean it's the phone is interacting with the tower in that sector in some way.
Yes, there's a date and timestamp of an event that produces
Yep,
that record.
there's mine,
But
green
all
guy.
that, that record
My
really
green
produces
guy.
is that there's
I can't
been
even freaking
interaction
talk
with
today.
that sector of that tower with that phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's all I'm trying to get at. So with regard to the boyfriend's phone, it says here that there were 22 events. It looks like off of the tower near, this is on page 9 of your report. There were 22 events off the tower near the Sky Zone trampoline park between the hours of 10:32 and 5:48, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the analysis and the data that you got, does it tell you what those events were, or does it just tell you that there were 22 events?
So these were all timing advanced data. So there were network interactions. So there was nothing that the phone was doing. There was no calls, no text messages, nothing like that that aligned with this timing advanced data. These were all network measurements.
So it's just saying that this tower and this phone are interacting 22 events in this time frame.
Correct.
Okay. And the next question I have is, and then it has one event from the other tower closer to Hunter during the same, I guess at 10:57.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And that event, was that a timing advance event or was that a phone call or what was it?
These are all timing advanced events.
Okay. So it didn't register the phone call, correct?
This does not require any user interaction with the phone.
Right. And so this time frame is pinging off of, I guess, an adjacent tower, correct?
It is pinging off a neighboring tower, yes, sir.
All right. And the other tower to the top right of that has the 23 events, let's say.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Don't know, just asking, would that tower encompass the other events or these separate events?
Love the
These
new
are all
name,
separate
Zena.
Okay, so the total events that you looked at for this time frame would be 23 events from the one tower, 22 events from the Sky Zone tower, and 1 event from the Hunter Army Airfield tower.
Correct.
Okay. So, and that again, it's just timing advance events. It doesn't require anything from the phone or any interaction.
I am sorry, Debbie, that the guy's talking really fast. It's probably because I got it sped up today. I sped it up because I knew a lot of people wouldn't be interested. Excuse me. Blink, blink. I'm choking.
Nothing indicative of anything other than it's just switching
So if
between
it's
the
too
times.
fast,
Yeah,
let
so
me know. I'll
if you're
slow it
making a phone
down.
call or using a text message or using your phone for a data session, the phone
I
is
will
selecting which tower it's going to use. And in most
slow
cases,
it
well, not most cases, in all cases, it's
down.
going to select the tower with the
Yeah.
cleanest, the best signal.
Oh.
Most of the time, that's the closest tower, but not always. But in these events, these are just network measurements. So the measurements often, they don't even have to be a usable cell phone signal. They're just measuring the distance of the device, taking and saying, well, what does this phone look like when it's at this distance from this tower? And then they aggregate that data to do whatever engineering they need to do with it. So it doesn't matter what the phone's doing, and it doesn't follow the same rules as we wouldn't say if we didn't have the distance from the companies that tell us how far it is. This would be not usable because then it would just be like, well, it's bouncing off a bunch of different towers. How do we know where it's at? But because we have the distance, we can use it even though it is using multiple different towers.
And that's kind of what I'm getting to is let's assume the phone's stationary and hasn't moved.
Mm-hmm.
The analysis that you're doing, it's these phones and these towers are doing their own thing, determining which tower to use and which signal to use and how to bounce back and forth with little or no interaction from the user, correct?
It's okay, Zena. I'm the queen of IMO, baby. You come and hang out with the crypties. We live by, in my opinion, over here. We absolutely do. We love it.
Well, I mean, I would say there's probably never.
What
an
is she
instance where I
doing
say
with her
100% that person
eyes?
had a phone unless I was sitting next to them and watching.
I
them
don't
use the phone.
freaking know what she's doing with her
picked up
eyes.
by somebody
What do you
else.
mean what's she doing with her
I can't determine
eyes?
who was using the phone.
Is she being creepy or
That's all the questions I
something?
got. Thank you, Mr. Boyd.
Is there any reason to hold this witness?
Here we go. Do. I've got to put, we got to change that to day 6. Let
call us next
me
witness.
change that to day
Special Agent
6.
Snyder.
Day 6. All right. So I think with, they came on and read the text and stuff.
Please, clerk, raise your right hand. You give evidence you take to the court and jury to trial this issue, so you the truth, the whole truth. and
That's
nothing
what
but the
I
truth,
should do.
so help you God.
Change my icon. Rolling, not doing.
Good morning.
Oh, rolling her eyes.
Morning. Could you
I was
introduce yourself to the
confused
jury?
there.
My name is Brad Snyder. I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And how do you spell Snyder?
Snider.
How long have you been an FBI special agent?
Approximately 18 years.
Can you just briefly tell us about your education before joining the FBI?
Sure. So I attended college at Appalachian State University. After college, I joined the Marine Corps as a Marine Corps officer. Spent approximately 8 years on active duty in the United States Marine Corps, and then joined the FBI after leading active duty.
Can you tell us a little bit about your FBI career leading up to this case?
Sure. So I currently serve as the coordinator for the FBI's Southeast Georgia Violent Crimes Task Force. Prior to that, I've been here in the Savannah office for about 15 years. Worked both violent crime cases, violent crimes against children cases, national security cases here in Savannah, as well as throughout the country and abroad.
Now,
I
on
was,
October
Debbie.
5th, day one of this investigation, did you become involved in investigating the disappearance of Quentin Simon?
I did.
Can you tell us a little bit about how you initially became involved? The phone call or the conversation or whatever it was that brought you into this?
Sure. On our task force, we have a intelligence analyst with the Savannah Area Regional Intelligence Center. On that October 5th morning, we got an email from that analyst advising us of a potential kidnapping abduction within the county. So upon receiving that email, I reached out to Detective Lemons with the Chatham County Police Department just to offer the services of the FBI. At that point in time, they really didn't have a clear picture as to what they had. So approximately an hour later, Detective Lemons called back and said, this is
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's offered to the effect of
Her
How
side.
did you become involved? I got a phone call. That's admissible.
Not what she said. You can testify about the effect and tell what she said.
You may want to rephrase the question, Mr. Dean.
After getting this phone call from Lemons and getting kind of a big picture of what was going on, did you respond to the Chatham County Police Department headquarters?
we did.
All right. And when you got there, what was going on?
Detective Lemons was starting the initial triage of interviews, gathering the individuals that were at the residence at the police department.
And on that day, you participated in a series of interviews with the defendant, Leilani Simon.
I did.
Here
And
we
you were paired
go.
up with Detective Lemons for that, right?
I was, yes, sir.
There were some other federal, local interview pairs that day as well, correct?
That's correct.
All right. We've seen a lot of this interview footage from October 5th, but I'd like to ask you a few questions about it. I'm not going to play all that. At this time, had you received any particular training in interviews, interrogations prior to this day?
At this time, an 18-year career, I've done a lot of interviews. The FBI, like many law enforcement organizations, has numerous techniques, sophisticated techniques that we rely on throughout the course of investigation. But I would say the technique that moves the needle the most is interviews. And in this particular investigation, we've done a lot of interviews, and really we have to let the interviews tell the story in this investigation.
Now, I'd like to ask you a couple questions about the defendant's demeanor during these October 5th interviews. Her demeanor, her tone, her volume. Okay. Was her demeanor, tone, and volume, was it consistent throughout these interviews, or did it change from one thing to another at various points, or what?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for opinion.
Sure. The witness personally observed her demeanor, tone, and volume. This is not a matter of opinion. It's a matter of personal observation.
Can you state the question?
Did her demeanor, tone, and volume, was it consistent throughout these October 5th interviews, or did it change at times?
How about that?
The demeanor was inconsistent, erratic. The responses I would characterize as shallow emotional responses, and that on a dime, there would be crying with no tears, and then moments later, without really any transition, it would go to a normal conversation.
Now, what would cause, what sort of lines of questioning would cause the crying with no tears and the increase in volume and rapidity of speech and things like that? When would that happen?
Anytime the pattern of questioning, pressed her on a particular issue she was uncomfortable with, that's when the defendant would become erratic and behave in that manner.
Now, I'd like
Don't
to ask
you
you
guys.
just a couple questions about her story on day one on October 5th.
Here we go.
Did you all talk to her about a trip that she had made away from the house sometime shortly after 1 a.m.?
We did.
And what was her story at that time as to what she was doing there?
At that particular time, it was to pay a front to for Danny, her boyfriend at the time.
I'm asking you about the trip after 1 a.m., not the earlier one in the night. What was her story as to the trip after 1 a.m.?
After 1 a.m., that was to go see an individual by the name of Melissa Bray to get Oragel. She had just recently had a wisdom tooth pulled. the
And
day
we
prior,
know about the
and
Oragel. We've talked
she was
about it
part of the residence at 1 a.m.
extensively.
to go get Oragel from Melissa Bray.
What was she calling Melissa Bray at that time on day one?
That was Misty, as she referred to Melissa Bray. Misty.
And initially, you were telling me about a story that she was given for a different trip, right? That was the one after 10:30, 11 o'clock or so.
That's right.
I'd like to ask you Just a couple questions about the days immediately following October 5th. Okay. Did a local team kind of coalesce and come together to investigate this matter?
We did.
And can you describe the composition of the local team? Who was involved in this thing?
Sure. So the Chatham County Police Department had two primary investigators, Detective Lemons and Detective Noble. They were supported by a cadre of additional investigative supervisors. Our FBI team consisted of myself, Special Agent Solomon, Special Agent Burns.
She's blinking because she wants Curse to save her. If you blink twice, Cursed with Curiosity will send the popo. She will send an emergency signal out. I think that Leilani heard her saying that in my chat.
Two is the CARD team, or the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team. So once we realized the situation at hand, we immediately sought the assistance of our Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team. We contacted our Behavior Analysis Unit at FBI headquarters in Quantico, commonly referred to as FBI profilers. They provided a substantial amount of subject matter expertise. We also contacted FBI CAST, the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. They were able to take a very detailed look at the telephones associated with this investigation. We also reached out to our CART team, Computer Analysis Response Team, and they were able to do a lot of work with a particular infotainment system within the vehicle driven by the defendant.
What about the DFAU? Y'all use them for anything?
We did Digital Forensics Analysis Unit. They did a lot of video, audio enhancement, specifically video enhancement, and then audio enhancement as it relates to some of the interviews to clarify various points where the audio wasn't as clear as we wanted it to be.
Do you think of any resources y'all didn't use in this case?
Truly, no. In this investigation, we utilized resources in a very finite amount of time, really what spanned probably 8 days. And normally the investigative techniques we employed in 8 days is something that we would use across a 6-month to a year-long investigation, just to give merit to the monumental effort, that both the FBI and the Chatham County Police Department undertook in very short order.
All in service of finding Quentin and identifying the person responsible.
Yes, sir.
Now, the plan and priorities over the first couple of days after these October 5th interviews of all these 3 people, did that include some follow-up on Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
It did, yes, sir.
And who had a point on that? What office or people?
Because at the time, Henry Moss Jr. was living in Burke County. Burke County falls under our Augusta resident agency for the FBI. So our Augusta office took lead in interviewing with Henry Moss.
Did it include some follow-up on Daniel Youngkin and his behavior and so forth that morning?
Yes, sir, it did.
All right. Who had a point for that?
That was Detective Noble, I believe, as well as Special Agent Solomon.
And what was it that they did in his workplace?
When they arrived at the workplace, they sought the assistance of Danny Youngkin's boss, an individual by the first name of David, I believe. They obtained video of Danny actually departing work frantically. They could observe on the video Danny departed his place of employment in such a hasty fashion that he forgot his jacket, he forgot to clock out, and ended up encountering his supervisor as he was running to the vehicle.
And we've seen that
Supervisor described
video.
Danny hysterical and crying.
He's already answered the question. He's just giving a narrative outline and testimony at this point of other witnesses. So I'd say it's
That's right. I agree. Right. Let me just ask you this question about the efforts at Danny's workplace. Okay. Why was it? His workplace is not the scene, right?
That's correct.
Why was it important to you all to go out to his work and figure out what he looked like and acted like there?
It was a process to corroborate the story that Danny had provided at the time. It gave us the opportunity to see the immediate reaction of Danny once he received that phone call from the defendant. So that was one of the main reasons, was to corroborate the story and get that immediate reaction, something that without that video, we wouldn't be able to have observed.
Now, during this investigation, did you have kind of ongoing interactions with Danny Youngkin?
I did.
Did you get a sense in interacting with him for his level of sophistication, intelligence, and so forth?
I did.
With that background, do you believe that he would be?
objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I do not believe it does. Your Honor.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Do you believe that he would be capable of acting or thinking to act in a particular way?
I'm going to say that.
Let me ask you about the October 8th interview. Okay, we've heard testimony about an interview on October 8th at the FBI office in Savannah with an interviewer from Quantico named Bridget Brock. Okay, were you present for that interview?
I wasn't present for the interview, but I observed the interview in a remote location within the office.
Okay, you're watching it on like a live feed or something like that.
That's correct.
Okay, and let me ask you this about, because I don't know that I've asked anybody else this. The location in which that interview was conducted, is that in Chatham County?
It is. It's at the FBI office off Chatham Parkway here in town.
Okay. And the October 5 interviews at Chatham County Police Headquarters, were those in Chatham County as well?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Is it fair to say that in the lead up to this October 8th interview with Bridget Brock, that the two most significant investigative findings were your interview
Objection,
with,
that's the leading question.
prior to that October 8th interview, had you interviewed Melissa Bray?
I had.
Can you tell me first about the process of locating her in the first place?
We first learned of Melissa Bray through an interview of the defendant. The defendant provided us information that she previously worked with Melissa Bray at a restaurant located off of Highway 17 in Chatham Parkway here in Savannah. And I went to the restaurant, approached Miss Bray during working hours, and asked Miss Bray if she had some time after she was off work for the day to speak with me. She advised that she did. She would be more than happy to speak with the FBI. Arrived at a residence at approximately 3:30 in the afternoon of October the 6th.
And what were you asking? What were you looking for?
The main thing we were trying to see from Miss Melissa Bray was whether or not she had any recent interaction with the defendant.
And what did she tell you?
Ms. Bray provided that she hadn't had any recent interaction. However, she provided text messages and, that the last time she had contact face-to-face with the defendant was July the 5th. She received a text message or a phone call. Actually, I believe it was a text message from the defendant. The defendant said she had run out of gas, needed a gas can. Miss Melissa Bray, as well as her husband, supported the defendant in getting that gas. And then after that, there were a series of text messages on July 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and I believe the 13th, where Miss Bray was trying to get the gas can back from the defendant. I observed the text messages myself. There was never a response. The gas can was not returned. So really, from July the 5th, there had been no contact whatsoever, according to Miss Bray, between Mrs. Bray and the defendant.
Now, in your view, did the text messages that you looked at corroborate what Melissa Bray was telling you about the last time she'd seen the
Objection,
defendant?
Your Honor, comes back to opinion again.
Did the text messages corroborate what Melissa Bray was telling you?
I allow that question.
Second objection, then bolstering, Judge. Witness has not been attacked.
I want that
I'm
question
gonna-
answered.
Did the text messages corroborate what she was telling you?
Absolutely, 100%.
Now, so that was done before the October 8th interview with Bridget Brock.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And prior to that October 8th interview with Bridget Brock, had the investigative team obtained some important video footage?
We had.
And just broadly tell us what that was.
That was CCTV footage obtained from the Azalea Gardens trailer park.
And in this October 8th interview with Bridget Brock, did the defendant stick to the Misty story?
Absolutely.
Now, moving forward from this, that night, the night of the 8th, this is when the hotel monitoring operation was conducted, right?
That's correct.
Now, were you involved in setting that up, or at least discussing it with Daniel Youngkin?
I was
And when had that discussion taken place?
on October the 7th.
Okay. Can you describe, approaching Danny and bringing this up? Who else might have been there for this conversation?
That was an interview conversation that we had with Danny Youngkin with Agent Savannah Solomon on October the 7th at our office. We disclosed to Mr. Youngkin, to Danny at the time, the facts that we had learned at that point in the investigation. We disclosed to Mr. Youngkin the
Objection, Your Honor. It's a narrative from the witness again. I don't think that's a question that Mr. Dean asked him.
I asked him to describe the circumstances of approaching Mr. Youngkin about this operation, proposing this operation.
Well, I don't think the defense is very happy with this
If you have a
witness.
direct question, you need to ask a direct question, not an open-ended one to allow the witness to say whatever he wants.
I don't think in this case it was. I'm going to overrule the objection.
You can continue.
So again, we were able to disclose to Mr. Youngkin the facts.
There's a
of the
man a
investigation we obtained
migraine
at that point.
already
And
today.
Two of those important facts at that point were the surveillance footage that we obtained from Azalea trailer park, as well as the interview that I had conducted the previous day of Ms. Melissa Bray, in which she had no recollection whatsoever of having any interaction with the defendant regarding the ordeal.
And did you ask him if he would agree to this filming and audio monitoring in the hotel room?
We did.
How did he react to that?
He was on board 100%. Whatever he needed to do, he was glad to do it.
Did he seem nervous? Did he stutter? Anything like that?
No, sir.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for opinion again.
Excuse me.
It's based on what his observations were. I'm going to allow it.
The answer to that question was no.
That's correct.
Let me ask you about October 12th. So this would be 4 days after the October 8th interview with Bridget Brock, right?
Yes.
In which she had insisted that the Oragel story was true, right?
Correct.
Now, this October 12th interview, where was it conducted?
That interview was also conducted at our FBI office here in Savannah, off Chatham Parkway.
In Chatham County?
Correct.
And who was involved in this interview?
That was myself and Special Agent Solomon, also with the FBI.
What type of room did it take place in?
a large conference room, approximately half the size of this room that we're in today.
And was it recorded?
It was.
Audio and video?
That's correct, yes, sir.
In this interview, did the defendant's story change?
Yes, sir, it did.
And how did it change? And what parts of it changed, I guess?
Really, three main points came out of this interview. The first change was the admission of significant drug use on the night of the 4th and the morning of the 5th. The interaction with Miss Melissa Bray and the Orgel story, that was a significant change. Where over the course of the interview, she disclosed, agreed that actually did not happen. And then we obtained significant information as it relates to her purpose in the trailer park that night and throwing away trash.
What did she say about, I mean, we're going to watch it, but kind of overview, what did she say about throwing away trash in the trailer park?
Initially, the whole purpose of going to the Azalea Trailer Park was to get the Orgel from Miss Melissa Bray. But once we confronted her that I myself had interviewed Miss Melissa Bray and Melissa Bray was not able to corroborate that story, she told us that she also had trash in the back of the vehicle that was placed in there the night prior or the day prior, approximately 4:30 on the 4th. And the trash, being that Miss Melissa Bray was not there, the trash was smelling up the car. So at 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:15 in the morning, when she drove by Miss Melissa Bray's house, she wasn't there. She took that opportunity to throw the trash that was in the back of the Dodge Journey into the dumpsters at Azalea Trailer Park.
Now, prior to this, on October 5th, had you all discussed with her this Azalea trip?
We had
And had y'all discussed it with her at length on October 5th, what exactly she was doing there?
multiple times, yes, sir.
And on October 8th, did Bridget Brock discuss this Azalea trip with her?
She did.
And was that also at length?
Yes, sir.
Now, on either of those days, October 5th and October 8th, did she say anything about throwing trash away at Azalea on that trip?
Never.
So as of October 12th, is it fair to say that this was new information for the defendant?
It was.
Did she talk to you about how much the trash weighed? Well, let me ask you this. First of all, what did she identify the trash as being specifically to the extent you remember?
She identified it as being shrimp pasta. That was a meal that they had thrown away from a day or two prior.
Was she able to give you details on the estimated weight of the trash and the specific physical mechanics of throwing it away?
She was.
What did she say about those two things, the weight and how she did it?
When we were questioning her about that, this was towards the end of the interview. We asked how she threw the trash away. She described getting out of the vehicle on the driver's side, walking along the driver's side to the rear of the vehicle, opening the back hatch of the Dodge Journey, and then pulling the single trash bag out. She was asked how she pulled that bag out. Verbally, she said, "I pulled it out with one hand," but as she was demonstrating, how she pulled the bag out, she demonstrated using two hands to throw the trash bag into the dumpster. She also described before she went to throw the bag in the dumpster, she opened the bag and described smelling the bag before she threw the bag into the dumpster.
Was she able to tell you if this really was just a bag of old food, why she would have felt the need to look inside the bag one last time before throwing it away?
We asked her that multiple times in the interview, describing is it normal for a person to, knowing that the vehicle was had an odor to it, is it normal for a person to smell the trash before they throw it in the dumpster? And the defendant really didn't have an explanation for that other than she was just smelling the trash before she threw it away.
At some point in this interview, did she say anything about taking responsibility?
She did.
What do you remember her saying about that?
We'll see it in the interview, but I can't recall verbatim, but it was something to the effect of, if I did this, I'll take responsibility. Verbatim, I can't recall exactly what she said.
Yeah, sure.
The jury's indicated that they need a break. I figured they would need one at about 10:30 because they've been going at it now for about an hour and 15 minutes. So I'm going to ask you to stop at this point. I'm going to let's take a 15-minute break. We'll come back, resume with this witness, cross with this witness, and then I anticipate probably breaking for lunch after that.
It's about time. I've been waiting for somebody else to say.
Okay. All right. 15-minute break. It's 10:30. We'll be back.
Okay. You know how I roll over here. We're going to flip through it. What do you guys think so far? I don't think that the prosecution witnesses, like I said, I believe that Danny Youngkin was being truthful. I believe that Paul Simon, even though he was very immature, I believe that he was being truthful. The thing about it is there was so much dysfunction in that family. There was so much fighting and arguing all the time that even Paul Simon made the comment that when he heard Leilani hollering, he didn't think nothing about it. If she did something to Quentin in the early morning hours, whatever happened, neither Paul nor Danny have stated that they heard anything at all. She was in and out that day or that morning. Okay, let me get us where we need to be here, you little whippersnappers. You little whippersnappers. All right, let's see where it's going from here.
All right, for the record, Ms. Simon is present in court and she is seated with her counsel. Counsel for the state are present as well. Mr. Hilliard?
Yes, last night I received an email from Mr. Dean late in the evening saying that he, as well as Detective Lemons and I believe it was Agent Schneider, if I'm not mistaken, had interviewed and spoken with Craig Weston and Tim Weston, and they were going to add them to the witness list.
Woo!
Witness list. And my understanding was that they were to be called this afternoon. So, one, I would object to that under 1716.6. And again, it may be somewhere, but I have not seen, at least in the last two witness lists, either Craig or Tim Weston listed as witnesses. It may have been an early one, and I missed it.
I believe Craig is the substance dealer.
Heretofore until now.
I could be
So we
wrong.
object on that as not being timely disclosed. Second, I would like to at least be given an opportunity to interview those witnesses. So on the one hand, I moved to exclude it under 1716.6 as not being properly disclosed 10 days prior to trial. We're on the 9th day of jury selection trial at this point. So obviously, I don't think it fits in the 1716.6. Number one, so we moved to exclude both of those witnesses. Number two, if the
Why
court does
did
not so
you
exclude
wait,
those witnesses,
Mr. Dean?
then I at least would like to have an opportunity to speak with those witnesses prior to them being called, given the statements that I'm being told or proffered that were made.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dean?
Your Honor,
Ms.
I'm going to
Ms.
respond
Parker?
on behalf of the state. Your Honor, excluding these witnesses is.
Ms. Parker? Yeah,
Oh,
just
turn this on. Can you hear me? Okay. Your Honor, excluding these witnesses is not the proper remedy here, especially when there is no unfair surprise. These witnesses, while not on the witness list, were included in materials that were provided to the defense. They have been referenced during the trial, even referenced by Mr. Hilliard. He was aware that these people existed. They're not somebody that we've just pulled out of thin air. The circumstances of the trial have caused us to change our mind about calling them. There is evidence that's now ruled admissible that includes text messages related to the Westons, and so we've decided we want to include them in our case. The defense could have talked to these people at any time. They were aware of them.
You tell them.
And whether they want to have an opportunity to talk to them, that's fine. It's of course up to the witnesses where they're willing to talk to them or not. That's not really our choice or something the court can order them to do. That's up to them. But we would like to call them this afternoon.
Go ahead, Mr. Hilliard.
I didn't know the state's position, but now that I know it, I can say a little bit further. 1716.6, Judge, by the way, we did opt into discovery in this case. The discovery statute wasn't.
He does not want them to testify.
1716.6 states specifically that any time during the course of the proceedings that is brought to the attention of the court, the state has failed to comply with the requirements of this article. which in this case
Migraine man is not happy about these two individuals
The court ordered the state to
testifying.
permit the discovery or inspection, interview of the witness, grant a continuance, or upon showing of prejudice and bad faith, prohibit the state from introducing the evidence not disclosed or presenting the witnesses not disclosed. I mean, enter such other orders as deems just under the
Oh
circumstances.
my goodness.
Anytime during the course of the proceedings it is brought to the attention of the court, the defendants fail to comply, those same remedies can be brought against us. I'm not the one positing or seeking to add two new witnesses in the middle of the trial. The one thing that is explicitly absent from this is me looking through and seeing that this was in evidence. My understanding is the court's ruling was that those text messages were admissible. That doesn't mean because the state changes its mind 24 hours later, they get to go back and start adding witnesses. If we do that, trials will never get finished. So I do believe it's prejudice. Giving me two witnesses on their statements at 9 o'clock on Sunday night is definitely prejudicial when you're going to call them less than 12 hours later or 24 hours later. Number one. And number two, it's bad faith at this point. If they had thought they were going to call them as a witness, they had 2 years to put them on the witness list, which they were needed to do. So the proper remedy under that is to exclude the witnesses. It does not affect their ability to get into the text messages, which is what the court ruling dealt with, from my understanding. So again, we object. I understand the court has to make this decision and we'll abide by that decision.
I have
don't
to
think it's
admit,
allowed to
Migraine
I
Man
don't think
is
that's because they've changed their mind this
actually,
weekend. Their failure to comply with the discovery statute
seems like
is dismissed.
he's
I think the witnesses should be excluded.
Thank you,
been
Mr. Hilliard.
doing
Ms.
his
Parker, anything
job.
else?
Just a moment.
Whoa, what do you guys think about that? This is outside the jury's presence. I want to hear
Ms. Parker.
Craig
Your Honor, I just
testify.
wanted to point out that these particular witnesses were interviewed by law enforcement back when this case was investigated. That was provided to the defense. They're aware of these witnesses. So there's a whole long line of cases about unfair surprise. There is no unfair surprise here or prejudice to the defendants because the defense has been aware of these people all along. We can pull some of those cases for the court, but I mean, there's 50 years worth of case law on unfair surprise.
What the court is going to do is this. Mr. Hilliard may have an opportunity to interview those witnesses, and of course, that's if the witnesses wish to be, but he'll certainly have an opportunity to do that. I'm not going to exclude the witnesses, but you'll have an opportunity to speak to them.
I understand that. That's why I said I need to at least speak to them.
I understand, Mr. Hilliard.
Good call,
Thank you very much.
Judge.
Is there anything further we need to take up for proceeding?
I want to
The
hear
only thing I might
Craig.
mention to the court is that the next thing we're going to do is introduce this October 12th interview video.
Mhm.
It's extremely long in its unredacted form. I've trimmed some stuff and redacted some stuff, and we end up with the final exhibit, final product. It's like an hour and 13 minutes long.
Wow.
We're fine to proceed, but I wanted to just make the court aware of that before we do that. I don't know whether the court wants to do it now or ask the jury what the jury wants to do or what.
My inclination is to go ahead and do this before lunch. And then after you complete your direct, Mr. Hilliard, you could either do your cross before we break, or you could save your cross for after the lunch break.
To avoid a rebellion, Judge, I will most likely do it after the lunch.
Yeah. The court would not rebel, but jurors may not be happy.
Jurors may.
Right. All right. Bring in the jurors.
I love this judge. She has been very kind to Leilani also, and that speaks volumes. All right, they're bringing the jury in. So I believe the Craig Weston guy is the substance dealer. Now, they said in the beginning of this trial that Leilani was messing around a little bit with her Coca-Cola man. For real.
Breaking for lunch after this witness. During this, there's going to be a video, however, that's about an hour and 15 minutes long. Can y'all wait till after all this to get to lunch?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought that would be the response, and that was my hope that would be your response. So we're going to proceed now.
And we definitely will be watching that video.
Do you have up there with you?
It's important.
I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's a recorded interview from October the 12th, interview at the FBI office here in Savannah, Georgia.
Now, is that the entirety of the original recording of that interview?
It is not.
Can you tell us what has been cut off from the front end and where we're going to pick up?
We're going to pick up approximately 30 minutes plus or minus into the interview. There's a significant amount of rapport building, nothing really substantive to the case that takes place in the first portion of the interview that's cut out and that's redacted.
Does the recording on this disc fairly and accurately depict the portions of the interview that we included?
It does, absolutely.
And other than trimming some material off the front and back end and redacting some inadmissible information, has it been altered or modified in any way?
It is not.
Right, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 70.
Subject to the redactions we've already discussed.
Now, when we open this thing and start playing it, first of all, what are we going to see initially?
This is the conference room, a large conference room in the Savannah office of the FBI. You'll see myself on the right side of your screen, the defendant seated at a small circular table in the middle, and then Special Agent Solomon on the left side of your screen.
I'm going to take the time to get it up here because that does seem like something.
Nicole, I start agreeing with you on Clark Kent. I'll say civilian witnesses that he's called so
At the outset,
far.
it's an apology, to the defendant, based off a conversation that the defendant and I had following an October the 8th interview. That interview taking place also at the office, FBI office in Savannah.
Just briefly, what were you apologizing for? So we know what is going on here.
Sure. After the interview was complete, I went and wanted to impress upon the defendant the gravity of this case. It was really a one-way conversation. I explained to the defendant that the entire weight of the FBI and the Chatham County Police Department were going to ensure that justice was served in this case, that we were going to find Quentin and bring anyone responsible for that to justice.
And that was on October 8th after the interview with Brady Price.
Absolutely.
With that preview, I'll go ahead and publish this by playing it for the jury. One second, I might stop it from time to time and ask you kind of what was that question and what did she say? Because the audio is, I think it's passable, but it's not outstanding. Fair to say?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, passable, but Let's see how good it is.
You of all people know how stressful.
I will slow it down.
We're working 20-hour days. We're doing the best that we absolutely can.
I slowed it down, you guys.
I hope you understand that.
Also, if you're on your TV or whatever, there should be subtitles.
2 days ago, probably should have just walked away. Let my emotions get the best out of me. I want you to understand that I'm apologizing for that. It's not lost on me. There's really, you don't have another adult, male figure that you can. So I'm sure you feel like a sort of abandoned. Just when you feel, when we have that conversation. And then we talked to your mom just 2 days ago, and your mom, told us that it was just a day or so ago that your stepfather was able to give you a hug. That's the first time that she was since he came home. I needed that. That moment was like a moment of comfort. That's what it was. So I'm sorry, but there's some things, so what's going on at the house right now? Are you staying with your mom right now? Yeah, at the moment, and so we can get into the housing to the ministry. Because they're going to make it so that if you I'll give you all the address and everything. I'm trying to do that so we can do the case with the case. Who all staying at the house right now? I don't know if others going to be there for anything possibly longer. Paul's there. Everybody that's originally living there. But with the addition of my brother, that Tuesday, and he said the kids before. I got my brother. She took care of little baby. Jim, I'll tell you, we found out in bed. Yes. She was like, oh, there's nobody here. I'm just here. I gotta check for safety. And she came downstairs, and I'm just like, and she's like, okay, we got my phone. I was like, yeah, we're working on getting that back before she leaves. I was like, oh, okay. Now, with everybody there, is there any additional searches that y'all done on your own, anything? We found there's one day that we got a psychic. And I said something about a container book. Something like your mom sent me. She kind of ordered along anything she's got. Yeah, when that happened, all my friends went to her eyes, you know, we did go search it. We saw every container we could search and look. I was just like, oh no. What's the blonde lady's name again? That's the daughter. Little baby. Renee, she is, and she was ready to. She searched everything. She's like, escort everything. Like, oh, they want the property. They were home. I didn't want to get there. I'm like. That's when Charles was running around. I was like, these two are very similar. She's so much. She'll go with all the keyboard and look at first. Yeah. But she's been ready to search. They searched the canal, they searched the money, and she was still done anywhere that. Yeah, we've tried not to tread on anything that could possibly.
I don't know, Debbie. I'll look real quick though.
You do see something. That's everything. Call us. Take it, call them, send it to them, some location. Don't touch it. Whatever it is. I don't want to walk into the woods or anything like that because there's sense and over something that could be there. Yeah. Well, that was the last thing I think the dogs were doing today. Since they went back to, I told you last time I talked to you directly when, we went back, Tuesday? I don't remember the days of the week right now, Monday. Because like I said, we couldn't see a lot in the dark. And the dogs guys work the same way. And the dogs don't live here, so they have to do that on its own. But,
the combination with everything that we want to do is make sure that we do absolutely everything we can, and we get it all right. We don't want to miss anything. And I know that's important to you. Right? Yes. So with that, just kind of, not want to put words, in your mouth, but being the time and space that's passed since the last talk, maybe there's a chance that you were calling things, differently or something new that, it just didn't come up before that we didn't ask. Yeah, we didn't. Every day.
Well, and so last week, Wednesday was the biggest shock, right? And you're trying to get everything in order, like easy happened. Yeah. But sometimes when you get a chance to breathe a little, it's, I don't know, I've said this to someone that's like, you're driving home, you're like, oh, bigger, because you're on this autopilot, but then you really think like, oh, there was a yellow car. And now you've got something to get further down the road. And so if you remember something differently right now, it's not because you were wrong then. Yeah. It's because, okay, I got time to just kind of let it settle and see things more clearly when, the shock of it all has had a chance to kind of come down. So we're not going to come down if anything's different because there's a lot to be said for some time and space to kind of things that you didn't think about before because they weren't the big thing or,
How much is
The only thing that makes sense, the only thing that completely hasn't baffled is the Florida baffled. No, and including in terms of baffled, but that is the only thing that I can actually pull back the thing. And to be honest, we're double checking, beyond just that data that Joe had, to see like, what is this really mean? Yeah. So we're, again, running through the carpet on every single thing.
So with that in mind, let's just kind of go through, a few things. So let's just start with the Circle K. And tell me about the phone call that you made. I guess it was that Tuesday night or Wednesday evening to Circle K.
It was a great phone call. I can't honestly remember if it was on my phone to this phone. It was the one I called him. I said, "Lord, they're not having they need to show stuff. It's just like, and how can you? So that's why when that Misty might have a bit of the word of Misty, there was 32, so next 2 words. And once that had something in it, and one has something, was not getting something before.
Now, the bad thing about this is you cannot really hear. The audio is so crappy on this interview, but it's her body language that is really interesting. Like he said, she was getting upset. I do not think she'll take the stand. I do not believe they're going to put her on the stand.
Because when we look at the phone records, there's not a call from your phone to the Circle K. So just kind of help me understand that. Do you think another phone was used?
It's possible that was Danny's phone.
So you think you used Danny's phone?
It's possible because he had his phone at one time. I have really bad signal inside the house. I just got it. I kind of wish I had a flip phone.
Remember, she said she called the gas station to see if they had Orgeil or something.
And the 911 telephone call. I think when you put a statement together, you did a phenomenal job providing just a tremendous amount of detail. It's been helpful for us throughout this entire process.
And I was speaking of them, can't find the doors, so I'm pretty much for reading that phone.
Within that statement, you mentioned, or you put it in writing that you made a 911 call.
Yes.
But there's a male voice on the call.
Yeah, he tried to call his phone first, and for some reason it wasn't working.
So
then we called my phone, and after he started to speak up first, but the way he was speaking to me was calm, and that's when I heard timing. And so that he has to get our together, like, yeah, we were together, like, this is gonna be very calm. I was like, no, but he come with it, and that's how I'll go home, and he starts doing it, I don't know nothing about it. So.
And that was an absolutely chaotic time. You wake up out of your bed, and Colin's not there. So let's just go back to that point. I know that's super stressful. Let's just go back to that point when you had it. Tell me what was the first thing that you did?
The very first thing I happened to turn the phone to the door. And when I told the door, look at the keys are still up, all the blues were around. So before I even started, I just started searching for it. What do you think this? So they found out about it. And one day they came, you never know what just happens. And they're like, oh crap. I never started searching house closets too, because they have this thing about playing inside closets. And the way the door's open, the door never shuts, like you can push it over and pull it. Those were some of the first places I checked. And then outside, next time, I got really off the pool. If you were angry, like, picture, you don't picture now. I think you took it for us too. Yeah, that was the second time. The very first time, yeah, I had it.
He's talking about searching the house.
Outside of it, and then the pillow right there. How it was still there. I can't find this animal anywhere. And the name mentioned something about that. I was like, Michelle, she came over a couple weeks ago and had a bunch of choice much. So said or something I had a cell phone on. And I was like, he was like, his monkey one was there. And that was in the thing. Yeah, no, it was in the toy basket that was on the outside of it.
He's talking about a stuffed animal that Quentin loved, I believe, and saying that she couldn't find that.
It was just so long. She brought baby dolls and delivered, and it was in new toys. It was in favorite. Yeah, it was just new toys. That was it.
So just kind of go back through that because Paul and Michelle, they tell an entirely different story. And that entirely different story. Paul and Michelle tell an entirely different story. So just kind of go back through that. I want you to understand that what you tell us, what you remember, is absolutely just as important as what Michelle number. So just walk back through that, okay? And a lot of times, the best way.
Feel free in chat to talk about whatever you guys want, because I know this audio is hard to hear.
And then go, what happened just before that? And then what happened just before that? All the way back to the time that you got out of bed. Let's try that.
I called Michelle to, I don't want to, I don't want to call 911. And after that, Michelle was already on the way.
So it's,
Yeah, before that, like, Michelle was already on the way. Because I was trying to figure out for some reason. And this week, like, we paid for a week. We paid for a really good. But I've been working out, it's gonna be good. So, that was on me, you know, I called Barry, I called her, I called home. She came over and helped me search. This didn't search, she was there for the car. You know, her car was,
So how would you get there?
yeah, her car was trapped in from the house. I never before, I searched the house, screaming, you know,
so let's talk about that, right? You know, so 911, before that, it was called to
Michelle.
Michelle.
Michelle to see for some reason she had.
And then before,
Before that is Danny, I was searching the house and all this.
Danny called. Leilani saying Michelle called 911 also. But I haven't heard that. I didn't hear that testimony.
Before that was just, yeah, I slept the whole time. And I didn't want to put my fingers on there. I was on purpose. I did. It was very good. Yeah, and that's part of what I did. When I was young, I just don't know about. Yeah, I did it.
Just so we're all clear on what she said, was that her disclosing a new fact that you hadn't heard before?
That's correct.
What was that new fact?
At this point in the interview, she disclosed that the purpose of the trip to 204 was to get a perk 30, a Percocet 30.
Yeah, did she say whether she had taken it that night?
She did.
And her words here were, "I was on drugs," right?
Correct.
Right. And I'll pick that up. That was
Okay.
at 1446.
That's what I thought, that Leilani admitted to the perk in the Coca-Cola.
But that's huge for us too. So I was also, yeah, so it was right lane. I think that's, I never do it because she's never, I just never go. I went there, that's where I mean, like,
Now, pausing at 1446-34, did she just say that the place she had actually gone to meet the drug dealer was Arkwright Lane and not Flacco's Tacos, as she had said previously?
That's correct.
and I know they said that they don't need us upstairs or anything like that. But we're retracing.
Another snotty day for you, Debbie.
Probably about 100 times and a couple months. You know, like, so that they all know me there.
and that was the, let's talk to that. What trip was that? That was the,
That was a trip to a board. I was at 10 something. A little bit out there. We got there at 2:40 something. I got home at 2:40 something. And I was bored.
so tell me about that, you know, how was that perk? You brought it back home and
They actually got home. Well, they, I know how. You know, it's not. So, when you get somewhere, it's not that it doesn't get when you get over 30. That's too much. Just kidding. It is a pain when you get like, yeah, well, maybe that be reason like it was, you know,
and you had to put this in conjunction with smoking.
yes, that's what I'm, because I think this is like, last time I was supposed to say, right?
Then about what time did you do that?
By the time I got home, I took it like 11 something or whatever. I still have some stories I didn't look into, like, it wasn't bad. It took like an hour or so for it to release. When you walk out the order, by the time I got home, from the order, it was kicking. It was hitting. And I was a little stoned, like, you thought I was drunk. You know, that's how I was from the stairs. So one of the times that I was really out. Really out there. And like I said before, when I started to check, all kids, you know, and all of the skies now. The day was good, and then came on Peter playing it, put back over him. Clean it again. Still long way. So I was just like, this, you roll over and sleep, so it's okay. You know, just roll over, go come again. And outside. And outside, and I smoked and came back inside before 2. And I was asleep. And I woke up again. So that would be reasons why I didn't hear. I didn't get out of bed. Didn't hear the alarm. I heard it sleep. It brings you sleep. You know, once you get still in it is. And that's what I did. You know, just like saying, I just fix it right there. But me, pretty much what happened, I should have happened. Like, it was bad. Yeah, it's okay, but I should have happened. That's the whole thing.
We'll come back
I still cannot believe they did not test the vomit in the playpen.
Exactly how that played out, what you did not work on. They go down like can't get into my kind of public state. Oh, I told her, yeah, it was her husband. Thanks for the first to believe. I just asked her to see if she takes her on through this morning. I'll put her get that. And we're back. Oh, she's still right there towards the front. Yeah. Well, just a couple things on that. I want you to just help us, help me understand. Missy has no recollection at all. And she did not, there's no communication between you or Missy on Missy's phone or your phone. I don't know if I've ever called her in context now. And we get to her phone numbers, it changes over a certain amount of time. The numbers are changing on the phone. You know, especially when I'm paying for it. So that would be part of the reason that I pay some for it and not having it off if it was over the escalation. Because it's either its own number, it doesn't use it. Yeah. So that's what I call her.
He's tripling down on the Missy situation with the Orgel.
Prior to that, when was the last time she had any communication? It's when I ran out of gas. I went up the road and I walked down to the house and knocked on the door and asked her for gas. And her husband walked me. All the gas, okay, they get gas. And we went all the way back to the front. And that was a stupid night. I was very angry about some cheating that happened about what was going on. I don't know, maybe she did. But that was right after the baby was born. So it was a. Just tell me exactly how you drove into the trailer park, how you drove in, where Missy's house is. When we drove in, Missy's house is not very good house, is on the right hand side. So I walked in and she walked in. So you went to Missy's house and did you go inside her house? She was just standing outside. Okay. Yeah, no time, no. How long did y'all interact there? How long did 2 or 3 minutes because of the conversation. Everyone else from out.
This conversation is crazy. And this is court TV, so it's just the audio itself.
Like shrimp pasta. Shrimp pasta. Yeah. The whole carton like shrimp. Yeah, because I got in there. So this has not. I thought that before I even looked at 204. You know, I didn't know that before, and I'm like, get out of park.
This is her excuse for going to the dumpster, was the shrimp pasta.
So did you stop anywhere else at all? I went straight back home. And that's when
Curse. Leilani was blinking, girl. He needed you. You'd be blinking her butt off.
Even Michelle thought it was weird that he didn't bring all the kids over there, because like I said, I paid 5 days of the week, and got off of it. So whenever we work or not, we do it that way, so we have a steady pay rate. And sometimes my pay might be, I don't have to pay a little bit, and then can't go over a couple of days, anything like that. We got issues like that, but she's always been paying. She's always been paying. Sounds like you were honestly good people. I didn't even remember one thing, so that he shook me before he left. I didn't even feel that. I didn't know that he even left. And I was like, oh, well. Surprised, honestly, that Scott and the kids have been putting us there. It's, I don't know how to act. She got me saying, woke up to me screaming and they talking about something. And so, but that's everything, straight out to the T. A lot of it, and like I said, we can see, I'm sure that we're doing and right now. Well, let's look at maybe some of this stuff will help you recall some more detail. So I'm going to slide over here.
They must be going to show her some pictures of the back of the vehicle. Because if I remember correctly, the back of that vehicle, it was very obvious that there was an area that was cleaned up by something.
on first floor, and the other one's coming out. It's not really, so.
It's right here. And where's Missy's house? Missy's house.
Now, Missy's house, if I remember correctly, is in that trailer park or really close to it. So that's possibly why she used Missy's name, maybe not thinking that they were going to go check and see what the truth was.
So this here is beyond that. This is a photograph taken from the dumpsters. Going back. What you can't see in this picture is the camera that is right there that we so we have that camera right there. What is that camera going to show? What did you pull that back out?
I've been going through it pretty quickly today, Kirst. So things are speeded up rather quickly.
And just shut off several minutes. It's really bad. Yeah, it's shut off. So if it's overthrown out food, they're supposed to take out. But they can. So they would put out the fridge. Also, it's on the fridge.
Looks like when you got out of the car and you got out of your driver's side door, you went to you walked home. And then you got back in the car, like you trash it, and went to the trash out of the hatch portion.
Yeah, like I opened it back. There was the car here, here. Like it's just like crazy. And I opened it and got out and you're there.
She's talking about when she threw the trash away. Which I went back and looked at the pictures of the trash cans because Leilani doesn't seem like she's a very tall person. And so I was questioning how, she would have had to raise the lid to dispose of Quentin. But Flies pointed out to me that Quentin was not a very big child. He was just a tiny little thing.
That's exactly what I did. The trash bag thing, which we always have, no matter what, so I always use clay. And the ones that we have with clay away, with the trash bags, I guess, that was the only thing I was thinking about sweeping all of the cereal, there's some more something wrong with then I asked her, so it was babysitter, it was a rice station, the babysitter, had somebody give me some, and the one on she had just opened and I gave it to so I was back there, I guess one time I set up or something, I just listed up and put it out, and I never
There's something else on the ground. Just,
Okay, so she talked about the cereal.
and you might at least maybe help y'all connect to them.
Honestly, it's the first time I spent.
I have a problem with worrying about other people's safety, other people who go for it. I didn't want to be illicit, and then just, I could fight for myself, and that's how I get in most situations that I'm in, because by the time that I feel like I didn't kill myself, Those 2 years. You know? So, you ask that person, people are not saying, what did I not tell the country about? I told you about what you did. That's what you thought was something. I didn't.
But I was just a little bit, but let's get it a little bit from work. At least we're talking about it. We're not talking about it. And right now, when it comes to home, I'm going to go be right. So I want you to understand that. But let's take this truth and this path that you're walking down this out, and that will be fun. Because, before it was just a big record up there. Check out. And now, Kyle, I mean, it's the utmost things important in mind. And that's all you're thinking about. What you don't do for money. So with that in mind, let's get to the next step. And the next logical step is you got the cover sets. But who should the cover sets from? We're talking about women.
Yeah, there's multiple people there. There's Fergus, Fergus, too. But he was correct.
Correct. Yeah, you counted not correct.
I'm going to 5 to 6 years.
5 to 6 years.
There's a person that comes back to free. I mean, there's all person.
And don't remember, this is the 12th. Quentin went missing on the 5th.
It's actually very nice.
And in this interview, he decided to add in that she had took the perk.
Other than that, we never actually commented on that, but just a little other, they don't want to first met them, that's how we even became like that, because I stayed there and they smoked me up to the point where they like, oh, my friend, I don't know him. So that's how that started. I don't even know when I need something. And sometimes I wouldn't call. It's just go up, not over.
So is he aware that you have anything within the camper?
Yeah.
He comes to the house.
Yeah, they even from my house.
So he comes to the camper.
Yes, they can't run back to that same property. Because I was there after the property too. There's a camper right there, so other houses up there.
What kind of car is he driving?
The white van is one of them. I want to say it's like an older 2010 or something like that. And you got a black truck. There's only 2 that the property was, but they always find different vehicles. How we responded to it. So it's hard, but I know for a fact that he just consistently drives the white van.
That's what you think of your house.
Yeah, well, we don't know how it was ever, never came to my house. Yeah, he never knew it came to my house. I don't know, did he know about the air house thing? Yeah, did he ever come to the house? I always came out there. There's only one time that he actually met me somewhere right there next to a base of his parents before we wanted. We got car washes. And that was a couple weeks ago.
No, he's not. That was something that would have been very thousand. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay. So just go to little things. From what help us. Okay.
There were 2 times that I together with the kids. They stayed in the car, they gave them a how we went, whatever. And the last time that happened, Scott was too slow to basically get us not take nobody else, they were cold and that there's, that was it.
When did you put the trash bag? So you wanted to be able to get to the job. There's a trash bag already in the car.
Yeah, I smelled them before I even like when they find out car to get them into a car or something. And I think he put it in the car earlier that day because like it's nasty or anything, like you can smell it, it's nasty. And when I believe about to take it off. So when I finally got the car again to go over down to the house, I'm just gonna smell it. Okay, so let's go to the way. And I go away.
Was it like full kitchen trash or just like?
It's full kitchen, like full fridge clean out. Yeah. So.
Just want to leave it, because I want you to understand that Savannah and I here, this investigation is going to continue. We want to know, if there ever is a point in time.
That's why I sure that I get this one listener. So that's I'm talking about when my other one came. We walked through it. He's like, well, let me ask you questions. Maybe somebody didn't ask. I'm like, maybe you get something like maybe just didn't think about it all the time. So every single day, even when I was talking, we sat down.
And I do think it's important if Craig, also known as Red, testifies, because what if she took Quentin with her to that man's home when she was picking up her substances, right? I know closed caption comes up with some really weird stuff sometimes.
Everyone's stop. I didn't think anything of it.
I'm gonna call her. See, I'm saying the other day, now we're gonna get from her, because I had to do where you see, I didn't purchase it, I didn't go nowhere to purchase it, over gallery, like that, it was getting.
Well, that's another thing that I work through. And, we may not get to that today, but we'll get to that. But just like I talked about, it's a little bit to get there. We gotta work through.
And there are times, like, I got that tell first to them, because I got really go. That was the second time I got together for myself within 2 weeks. Yeah.
But everything is that day, makes perfect sense, and you can confront it.
Yeah.
Everything, there's still some things that we all work through, because we can't.
That's what we want. Like, you see how easy that was? Just, tell the truth and let somebody else up. And we have to have that same conversation. That's what it's still.
And I did.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, I did. Weeks.
We'll get through this, whippersnappers.
You know that I myself have chosen this multiple other investigators. And see, it's been to our office. He didn't talk to me. He did. So I just give him the truth. Plus, Howard just come down. And he denied communication. There's no record of that. Miss came and she talked to the FBI. She talked to them. Law enforcement. And she had no recollection. But she did tell you the truth. You did tell him that you're not against. You're not against the That's absolutely true. But when it was not the truth, what is not the truth? You understand this? Because you didn't go see this at that time for the shop. So just tell me what you're doing in that tree park. What are you doing in the tree park?
I think it was doing.
But you didn't hear from this.
I don't really know exactly what that was.
But you did hear from this.
Yeah, I was right around. And the curve on stuff before I was right around stuff and whatever. I don't think they go through there, hoping that light was on. Hoping that something was on the car and back something. Whatever, but no.
So that takes us to this right here.
Yeah.
That takes us to this.
But,
So we
yeah, I'm just like, I really, but, you know, I was there, stop somewhere.
So what's more?
You know, I was on, no, I was looking, I took him from the road and he was out of space, so I didn't do anything about mine.
So like this is, we're going to kind of really close. This is what you understand. And then take a deep breath. We're talking about and right now, I'm just sitting here talking to you. We're talking about how is that what you got?
So now I was again, and I was like,
I want to get that. But you gotta understand that you got to be 100% truthful about it. 100%. That's the only way that we're going to be on.
I didn't speak it.
Lord.
That's a big thing.
You know,
Because
it's a lot of, you know,
it's your reward.
I think it was the card was the ones that I lost. Whatever. And I'm going back to the house. Okay. And we're gonna talk about it.
So the whole purpose of this trip
Was to see if this was something. Because I'm saying, I don't know if I'm going to. And I got one text him. It wasn't on there anymore because it came in the number.
So help me understand this. And I need your help here. Without you, I can't find money. Okay? So you have to understand this. So your house and the one button to randomly drive to Missy's house.
You know, I randomly up when I was randomly against us.
I mean, you saw it was
When I randomly against that night, it was 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. There, so she didn't answer and said, well, I went through, I could do it, I could smell it, she was nasty. But he was like, oh, seafood's nice on it? Yeah.
It's a lot worse than that.
So that's, I got really out now. I was always just, I didn't go anywhere else, I didn't leave my phone anywhere, everywhere I went, it's right there.
So what you did, you left the house at 1 o'clock in the morning to go through all the trash.
No, I really went on the board, I told her, there's nobody on in the fight that her son died, Brad wasn't there.
Was not there.
Because, it's normally right through the front, there's like a tree right there, when they get against there, you can see it,
That's the photograph here of you pulling into those eight or
you cross all down, you can look over there, you can see it, you can see it.
There's not quite as easy as this.
All right.
And then the hard run, because it's a straight this is data right off of last 360 and your cell phone app.
And you look down, you can see your tree, and it's right there in front of the house, you can see. And if the first light was on, you were standing up on it. The sun was first light, it's fight against the tree. And only if you use that light is there, it's only it's fight against it. You know, like,
Hang on.
Hey. I'm looking for you from the village, I'm looking to see something that's on it. I'm worried all the time. Something borderline, that my boss, I'm not gonna take problems for it. But no, I did not end up wanting to solve it as a drum church. It was like, okay, I don't want to see it's not problems. And I can't find it. Let me go see if I can push something.
Is your job powerful person?
Or it's on the inside of your tooth, because my tooth is broken down or whatever. I need something that'll take the pain away and to fix it fully. You know, so I'll put it back there. And so I'm not actually fully hitting. About the time I got home, and I'm sitting there, like, it started to hit, and I'm like, I could just feel it coming on. Oh, that. No, it was like a black, yeah, no, I didn't take that smooth, I got back home. I took it, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, or whatever. So they're all 11 something. It takes about an hour for it to hit and it's going to change.
It takes an hour for it.
Normally, it depends on if it's fast acting or if it was old. But after one thing was old, it took a little bit longer to hit and obviously it's one because people can't get all of these scripts everything. That's fine. So when it did it, we had the right reduction for people. Then when it hit, it hit. And it said T189, so I know for a fact. And myself, I just felt really, you don't see that, she was on, or no light was on, no pilot was in there, so I just kept on driving. And I got the car, I couldn't get up, so I got right there and threw away, he's supposed to go right earlier that day, after we got a few and stuff.
So you only went for your trash?
Yeah.
Put that trash in.
Normally we send it to Azalea or Cottonville. Cottonville is the two places that we go to, and every now and then my brother told me about taking it just late. Because I guess they had construction or whatever going on, they don't have problems with it.
When did you put that in the car?
When we got back to the house before we got to the kids, so we got home and they said we're trying to clean up, make dinner, all this stuff, get things ready for when we get to the kids after 30. So part of that cleaning was cleaning up the fridge and everything we come to the shower. And we got to shopping for the car. And that's what we want to do. And so on stuff.
So we threw that in the van before supper.
Yeah.
Don't use the trash cans out.
No, he was supposed to put it all. It's supposed to put all in there. It's like he got started and it was like one there or somewhere. But I was nasty, he's supposed to take it off. And it's because Thomas gets mad when because then another time like it, like that bag of trash was already started before we even got to clean out the fridge. It was already sitting in the trash can. When we got it, we finished cleaning it out. And once I looked in there, we had gnats and flies and all that stuff in the house, food flies and all whatever. And I think it's just because of the weather changing.
So they actually,
Later, I was like, it was nasty. Like if we ourselves, like the one for the back of the fridge, I was not doing it.
In first.
Yeah, like it was, but they don't show always in time. And when I don't, when I look at stuff, I hate to, so it's no problem. There's the other problem, there's things that are nasty and that do all the process.
So yeah, that trash bag was in the car.
Before I got it.
I did the trash bag was in the car.
I can't tell you exactly the time, it was before we get the kids. The plan was to go to the bank.
So that would have been what time?
3:30.
So you just pick up the kids.
Yeah, because he was supposed to keep it up because himself, I said, the house, he was supposed to take off all the trash or whatever, and basically sidetracked and didn't load up the rest. Like I told him, go put that in there. We go in there, load the rest, and we go take off the kids. They didn't move the rest.
So,
thank you, Miss Debbie.
so now they have a person and you know that you didn't need the
Well, it wasn't intentional.
wasn't intentional, but what I was understanding is we were talking about disappearance. Oh my God. We were talking about disappearance. That information that you just
Is he holding her hand?
could let us in other directions. That would help us not come.
He's holding her hand? Oh, thank you, Debbie. Let me pin that girl.
He was laying there in the bed and he swore up and down to me like he's seen him. Swore up and down like he's seen him. And when they came out, he's like, the question was so much I don't know. I was like, that just is something. You know, if you glance, it's not if you glance. If you're a parent, you know, you really good. You know, and it's so cool.
That's all we want. That's all we want.
He's so freaking
what I'm talking about here. You can see what I'm talking about. We talk about concepts. When they talk about listen, and I want you to understand that you have all the information when you're talking about that. That's just everything that it really, I've never been in a situation like this, and you don't ever think anything like this is gonna happen to you. And I said, there was one this person that said everything. I said, this is so exactly how it was. I said, I didn't plan it, but none of that was true. When she was there, when the light was on, like it was on, like when I was on gas, I would have pulled her out there. I would pull her right there, and I'm like, and she, I found out that gas, and she gave me a little one too. I'm just saying, well, it's I didn't think anything, but I just didn't think what happened after 6. That was my thought process. What happened after 6? He was told that he was last seen at 6, and he said he seen him when he left. He texted the babysitter and said that they're not coming. So if they're not coming and you were up at that time, you knew that you were there. This is all good.
Thank you, Gabby. I'm gonna pin that. Damn it. Let me give myself a thumbs up. Thank you guys for the thumbs up. I appreciate it. Very kind of you guys. Very kind. Why don't I wish this audio was better.
I already have that stuff today. It's really good. Marvin is here. Yeah, and Marvin is a coworker at Davies, who used to be. Now he's got a. Cold calling over his house. This is sisters of Cohen, so you kind of hear it. I'm trying to figure it out. This is the 401 so you come up here, there's somebody off the streets over here. Common? Yeah, no, like COWAN. Count. So we got that from Dorothy Daniels and bought that business. And just like I said, so there's a little corner store, but this is the public door, this corner store down here. They keep on around, it's this first street, and it's the last house on the right hand side. This could be sells weed, he's comes to the house a few times. I've been giving them baby beds and big clothes and stuff for their little baby and cleaning and I'm going out of another and he just recently started selling coke and he bought like a tea from him or something. And he first sent like 40. Yeah, you see his Marvin Smith is in the reading over cash outs. Funding from her. They were still ahead before. Yeah, so that maybe Tuesday.
So did you use that?
I'm the day
See, it doesn't make sense to me either why she said she was paying off a debt of $20.
Sometimes it's before 2, sometimes it's after 4. I just haven't had time to do. And what time of day I was having.
So just before you left, they would take the trash to the, you had cocaine, and they were set, and
And like the girl wasn't taking trash out, the girl was supposed to leave it, she was there. I tried to get in contact with her. I don't know her name on Facebook, but I know where she stayed at. And I feel like I take her home to her movie, we got the was here. And I did the same thing up to the regular, go off and watch work.
you see this happen, so, I think you're doing great. And you're doing great, and this is the type of stuff that's gonna help us find out. Okay. But, we have to find out what else, what else is in the trouble back. Because, now.
I'm not holding anything back. It was because about 2 or 4, and right there, that's everything. Those are the only two things that I have got, and I didn't think I did go get in trouble or whatever. And I didn't really know how to 100% explain why the hell I just left and, didn't call her or whatever, it's because I didn't have contact. I used to, I got a text message and her number, so I couldn't call her, but I didn't have her.
Remember when you started cooking on Tuesday? Before or after that?
And when I was, not home, I was, she was really kind of, I can't tell you exactly what they bought. And, some of those who can tell you, this is what we're all doing, and I was, I don't know. Yeah, see, the doors opening up constantly over the period of time, a lot of the time, they're not smoking cigarettes, because they don't want to.
So when you started reporting each other kids, and you said 3 million?
Yeah, then you didn't remember, there's just a little, because you're high, and you just don't know, and then you're not hurt. And so I did. I put my teeth, my snoring, and it was not good.
So when you come back home from taking the trash to the dumpster, do you maybe walk over and get back up?
I didn't really want to say anything. I was trying to do that. I talked to it. And
That's what you do that.
that stand up over the TV, that's how I'm on there. And there was a voice on top of that. And high end, not with the down.
And so you're doing code, and that's while the back door is opening and shutting.
Constantly, because every time I hit one, you don't smoke a cigarette. If you hit one, you don't smoke a cigarette. Me, if I was to hit one, I just smoke weed and a cigarette. I always, we was always mixing up whatever I was doing.
Let's go from, just like we did with the 911 call. Maybe it's 20 after the call something. So let's go backwards from the point that you stopped in front of these dumpsters. So you're stopped in front of these dumpsters for how long?
Just like, man,
And just tell me from the time that you pull off, to the time that you pull off, tell me, kind of in the first order, what happened in the time that you pull off.
the time of the reverse order, so I'm backwards from it. Drive out, I go down, I see no light, nobody there. Right before that,
Just before that, so before we come to that before, so just before that, so that would include, going backwards from you pull off, that would include, getting back in the car. And then from there,
You turned the car off.
yeah.
You just left it running, ran, got up back.
Yeah, and I looked at it first, I can probably see it on camera because I really thought that he had already thrown it in to get from the kid. Yeah, I opened it first and I see, okay.
so you open the trash bag before you throw it in the dumpster.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, like, I knew that all the shots we can take out, and I knew I had told them to take that out first, especially, if it's just one guy to take this, it's not terrible, I said, like, get out. Yeah, I posted. Like, it was already kind of partially tight, but not completely.
So she opened the trash bag and looked in it before she threw it in the dumpster.
We're gonna write this down, so someone can understand, okay, that's the only reason we do this. Because, we told you just sitting here how long that trash bag was placed in the car, just before we went to pick up the kid, and you knew that was the day from the night before.
It was probably, it was just old food, older, it just came out of the fridge.
There's a taste bud tree and a dick in a bag.
Do you think that that's something common that people do? Is before they do-
Oh, you talking about the closed captioning?
See what's about to go away.
Yeah, I'm about over this. Are you guys about over this? I'm not understanding what they're saying a lot of times. I'm gonna fast forward through that. If you guys want to see the full thing, go to day 6 of Court TV, Leilani Simon, toddler in landfill, red room trial. But yeah, this is a little bit too much for me. We are going to, I'm going to go ahead and fast forward that. Sorry if you guys feel like I wasted your time. I apologize. Let's get to the
Did she
meat and
ultimately tell you
potatoes
that
of it.
The Percocet she had obtained that night was from Craig.
She did.
I'm
That's
over
correct,
it
sir.
too, Debbie.
This was something that she had identified as Red in earlier interviews.
That's correct.
But in
Okay.
this interview, she confirmed that Craig and Red are the same person.
Yes, sir.
And in this interview, she admitted that she had met him at Arkwright Road, not Flacco's Tacos.
That's correct.
What did she ultimately say eventually about whether she had met Misty that night?
Ultimately, as a result of the interview, she provided that she hadn't indeed met Missy that night.
And that was only after first telling you in here that I did meet Misty 100%.
On multiple occasions, yes.
What did she
Wow.
ultimately say about whether she had gotten Oragel that night and where she had gotten it?
she couldn't get off the fact that she did get Orajel. So after we came to the determination that she didn't get Orajel from Mitzi, she continued to state that she had the Orajel, found it in her car when she got back to the house.
I'm going to remove the DICK, Debbie. I
Is
read
it
it
the
though.
case that she offered this information about
I get it.
cocaine use eventually to explain her shifting stories?
That's correct.
And
There
what
we
does
go.
she say to you about the frequency of her cocaine use around this time frame? Not just that night, but just the frequency of her cocaine use generally.
Yes, sir. So that she was a daily cocaine user and she was using cocaine, Percocet, marijuana on October the 4th, as well as the early morning hours of October the 5th.
And specifically, did she tell you that she had been using cocaine throughout the night that night?
She did. Yes, sir.
Did she tell you that after she had gotten home from the dumpster, she had hit another line or two?
She did.
And did she tell you that she was all types of fucked up that night?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
At one
Wow.
point, did she say that I was so messed up on drugs?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And did she tell you if I was so fucked up that I did something, I'd take responsibility?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. Now, were you involved in the coordination and oversight of the landfill search?
I was. Yes, sir. I was.
Now, can you tell us generally, in relation to the search area pointed out by the landfill manager and then later outlined by Team Adam, where were Quentin's remains ultimately found?
Trigger
In relation
warning.
to that box or stuff.
They were found in the lower left portion of the box that Team Adam had identified for the search team as the area to search.
Now, did you all keep an open mind during this investigation and take seriously the idea of Paul and Danny as suspects?
We did.
Why did the investigation ultimately focus in on the defendant?
Ultimately, there were 3 individuals in that house, 3 adults in that house. And of those 3 adults, there was only one that continued to lie to us throughout the course of the investigation.
No further questions, Your Honor.
You can take this opportunity to break for us. And Mr. Schroeder, you can begin your cross-examination when we come back.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
The time now is 1:20. Let's be back at 2:20.
Okay. So they are on lunch break. Now, I apologize for the audio where she was being interviewed by the FBI, but it got a little bit silly because the closed captions were saying some outrageous things that we all kind of know with our intelligent minds that that is not near what was being said. So I suggest that if you want to go back and watch that, I don't know. It was court TV. So I don't really think that even watching it on another channel per se is going to help that out any. But the noise itself was really starting to get to me. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a little 420 break, hang out here for a minute. What do you guys think? How do you feel about this? I was feeling like Nicole for a while that the prosecution was not stepping up to the plate like I thought they should be. Then we had, the craziness in the civilian witnesses that the prosecution was calling. It will be interesting to see exactly who the defense is going to call as witnesses. I have a feeling that the Billy Joe is going to speak for the defense. That's her daughter. She turned her daughter in. Yeah. So as of right now, I feel like that if she is found guilty, it is going to be because of the law enforcement evidence. It's going to be from cell phone data, her route that she took, how many times she left the house. It's weird that at that time of the morning, she would then decide that she was going to throw away trash in that dumpster because she had pulled into the gas station. She was at the gas station. Now, a lot of people, not everybody, that has something stinking their car up, what are you going to do? A lot of people, when they get to the gas station, they throw the stuff away. I agree. I wish they would have did more forensic. I wish they would have tested what they said was vomit. And even though it smelled like vomit, I believe that if Quentin passed away from blunt force trauma, that it made him throw up, they could have tested that vomit. They could have tested it to see exactly, what it was, or possibly what had made him sick. I don't know why they didn't. I don't know why. I mean, because common sense is going to tell you, right? There was a baby sleeping in that playpen. So when did that vomit get in there? If it was already in there, then they were making Quentin lie in a pack and play with vomit on the pillow, right? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. All right, we're going to get through lunch here and get back to it. Get back to it, fellas.
Today's is going so fast.
Oh, today's going quickly. Everything else was kind of slow going.
All right, who's going to be called next? Most people, when you
Okay, so
smell
we are back on
something
the
bad in
record.
the
It is
car,
PCR
it's as soon as you get in.
03364J6.
You look in the
And,
car and throw it away. You
we
don't
bring
drive
the jury,
around
but before we
smelling
do
it.
that, is there anything that we need to turn our attention to before we do that?
Just when I'm going to get an opportunity to speak with the Weston judge, I think that I can't speak for Mr. Dean, but I think we may get into that maybe after Mr. Schneider. I don't know. So that was the only.
Yeah, I thought about that a little bit earlier too. We have a pretty hard schedule, and you do need to have the opportunity to speak with them. Are they here in the building? The Westons?
They should be shortly.
Okay.
They went to lunch, but they should be shortly.
Okay, so let's proceed with the special agent, with the witness that we have.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dean just reminded me something we were going to let the court know. The Westons have asked if they could not be on camera.
I'll consider that. Is there any reason in particular?
I think it's just discomfort with, being on national
I
coverage.
think it's
Yeah,
a
you probably
discomfort
all feel that
of
way.
them being substance dealers,
So,
in my
They
opinion.
are civilians. They are not attorneys. They're not law enforcement. And one of them is going to have to testify about a sexual liaison.
let me just. do that.
Woo!
Your Honor, that's not a valid reason to not be on camera.
I get it.
Okay, the state chose to put this evidence in. They chose to call these witnesses, and I'm sorry to inconvenience them. But unless there's some other reason, we all feel that way about the camera.
Why didn't you put the babysitter was on camera.
All right, please bring the jury.
The babysitter's mother was on camera, which was weird because you pointed that out, right, Debbie? That when I showed it, for some reason, the babysitter wasn't shown as much as she was on the original court TV, right? And that it went that way, right? Debbie, it may just be me and you. I don't think anybody's watching me right now.
All right. And as you get to your seats, please have a seat. Welcome back.
It's okay,
We're into the
girl.
second half of the day. I was telling the attorney's time seems to be flying today, but maybe that's from my side, not necessarily from your side.
All right. Let's see who's
Were
going to
you all
come.
able to follow the instructions and not
next.
to discuss the case with anyone, not to see any media? What was that? Okay.
Oh, Court TV
Okay,
chose
okay,
not
almost
to
sound
do
like a
it, but
song.
the other channels
All
did.
right. So I'm going to turn now to Mr. Dean.
If I remember correctly, I think I had finished my direct examination.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you didn't have some last questions you wanted to ask.
If I had, I would have lost.
Okay, Mr. Dean, thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
Thank you.
Mhm.
Yes, I heard that. Good, sir. So, pretty good, I think. Some of the questions I have are a little bit repetitive, but it's just to kind of get straight in my mind. You're in the Marine Corps, correct?
That's correct.
How long were you in the Marine Corps?
I had approximately 8 years active duty. I just retired as a reserve officer about 2 years ago.
Well, thank you for your service, Agent Schneider. And then you went into the FBI.
Yeah.
correct?
That's correct.
And how long have you been there?
18 years.
And during that 18 years, what is the bulk of what you've done there?
We're in a small office here in Savannah. So for 15 years, I've been in Savannah. I've worked a little bit of everything from violent crimes against children to both international and domestic terrorism. And then for the past 10 years, I've been the coordinator for the FBI Southeast Georgia Violent Crimes Task Force.
Okay. And that's for the last 10 years, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Does it have a cool acronym? Southeast Georgia Violent Crime Task Force?
Yeah,
That's
you
a mouthful.
take the first letter of every one of those words, and that's the acronym.
Okay. How'd you say that then?
I wouldn't even want to, hazard a guess.
All right. So when you got involved in this particular case, you pretty much were involved on October 5th, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And on October 5th, what exactly did you do on October 5th?
October 5th started out with a call to Detective Lemons to determine whether or not Chatham County needed the FBI's assistance.
No, I don't mean a rehash of what you've already said you did. I mean, your actual involvement. Did you conduct the interviews on October 5th? Let me ask a more specific question. So on October 5th, did you conduct any interview on October 5th?
Conducted multiple interviews on October 5th.
And who did you interview on October 5th?
October 5th, specifically the defendant, I think on 2 separate occasions, 2 interviews with the defendant. I did not speak with Paul on October 5th, but I did speak with Danny at some point on October 5th as well.
Oh, my pen's running out. Give me 1 second. All right, so on October 5th, you spoke with Ms. Simon at least twice. You did not speak with Paul, but you did speak with Danny, correct?
That's correct.
And you spoke with Danny again on October 6th or 7th or both?
I don't recall exactly. There were multiple times. I had telephone conversations with Danny, but I know for sure I spoke with Danny on October the 7th.
Okay. So maybe on the 6th, but 7th for sure.
Absolutely.
And how about Ms. Simon? You speak with Ms. Simon on the 6th or 7th or no?
I don't think so. I think it was October 5th primarily.
All right. And October 7th was the day you got permission from Danny to wire the hotel room, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I assume the hotel room was over there off of Chatham Parkway, from what my understanding was. I won't put words in your mouth, but I think it was over there off Chatham Parkway, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you had, how was the room wired up?
I wasn't involved specifically in that aspect of we have a team that handles that. I just know that we had a room that we had rented adjacent to that room where we were able to live monitor on a video feed. Again, almost like a hotel room that has an adjoining door, that type of setup. And we had both audio and video in that room to hear what was going on.
And so you're in one
And
room next
see
door,
what was
videotaping,
going on.
videotaping everything. They're in the other room, living their life, correct?
That's correct.
And Danny knew that it was being recorded, correct?
Absolutely.
And Ms. Simon did not, correct?
She did not.
And how long did that recording last?
Less than 24 hours. I think we had it. They stayed the evening there and they checked out the following day. So I don't know the exact number of hours.
Oh, they did
that
check
we
out
had,
the
but it was
following
less than
day.
24,
I
Like
thought
10-7 to 10-8 maybe?
longer.
approximately.
Or 10-8 to 10-9, whatever it was, somewhere in that time frame. Is that correct?
I would have to look at a report to verify that, but I don't know the exact date. No, sir.
The date's not important. The point is for that time period, it was pretty much around the clock surveillance, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And he also gave you permission to tap his phone, correct?
That's correct. He did.
And how long did that last?
It was at least 30 days. I think we did one renewal, so it may have been for a 60-day period. But again, there was another agent that was handling the administrative aspects of that. I believe it was possibly 60 days.
Oh, and I'll ask, did you review the video and audio tape of the hotel room?
Just excerpts of that. Again, there were multiple facets to this investigation, and that's not something that I personally did, was review that particular video.
So you saw excerpts, but you didn't watch the whole thing.
That's correct.
I assume anything of any importance or what you deem relevant, you would look at, correct?
Not necessarily. The agent that was responsible, for that would have reviewed that and highlighted that.
But who was the agent?
Yeah, that's interesting, Debbie. So So far, there's 3 people that we know that's been served. SF investigates. We're talking about the RICO, EU, EPE, or whatever it is. I had that wrote down. UPEPA. So SS investigates been served also. This all is really strange to me. This RICO stuff that's been going on. I have to pause that for a minute because I'm not talking about the case here. I'm talking about this RICO business because I know everybody's really interested in it. People are getting served. I talked about it yesterday evening about how it just how it's going to be affecting people. You know, you've got, and this is my opinion, you've got Betty who wants people to believe in the Constitution, especially your freedom of speech. But yet, I can't sit here and personally say that I know those people who are being served. Why did she add her name to the suit? Why would she add her name to the suit? What's the purpose? Some of these people who are on that list that are trying to put these slaps on other people are people who have done some of the things themselves that they're wanting other people to stop doing. And that's my opinion. But personally, I have not watched Brittany J. I have watched SF Investigates a couple times, and I don't know the barbecue lady at all. So I really not watch those people. I don't watch Bullhorn Betty. Usually somebody will let me know if she has done something or said something. Hey, Imagine Peace, that they want me to just take a peek at. I have not watched Seth Rogers. I have no desire to. And that's my right. Okay. I have not paid any attention to Tony Mathis at all. I think I watched Nick the Hat one time when the conversation was being had where these individuals could possibly take someone to a doctor's office or hospital, give them some type of prescription medications to see if they will talk. Oh, Betty and Granny's watching are having a beef. Let me say this, and this is my opinion, and I am the queen bitch in my opinion, like it or not, watch me or not. But some of you people who, without doing your own research on exactly what you're fighting against or what you're fighting for, research. Because if people just jump on a bandwagon only because they want to they want attention, or it makes them feel good, or whatever the case may be. You may be signing up for something later on down the road is going to come back and bite you in your ass. You know what I mean? My opinion, hearsay, fair use, allegedly, whatever you need to use. It's all there. But I do think saying, in my opinion, is very important, especially for creators. And I know some people don't understand that, but I have always felt responsible for what I allow to be said in my chat. I always do. Now, the thing about it is, have there been times when my chat has went off the freaking rails? Absolutely. Have I just let it go? Absolutely. But that don't happen very often at all. Not very often at all. Because I feel responsible for what I allow people to say in my chat. I, on my channel, will never sit and say that somebody is guilty of a crime that I don't know if they're guilty or not. I'm not going to sit here and say they're innocent, because I don't know if they're innocent or not. But I can give my opinion, and I can say how I feel, or what I'm thinking about a situation. And nobody can take that away from you. Nobody can take that away from you. I don't know. I mean, but like I said, before you go jumping on a bandwagon, you better be researching and know exactly the wagon that you're jumping on. Because, like I said, somewhere down the line, you may be on the receiving end of what you're putting your name on to be dished out. And people who may be on that bandwagon, in my opinion, that you think is going to come to your rescue when shit hits the fan for you, you better make sure that them friends are going to be there. You know what I mean? It is blamed on, you're right, Flies. It is blamed on the creator. It absolutely is. And I have had people say to me, I'm not putting in my opinion. That's stupid. I'm not going to put down a C for if I make a comment. I'm not going to put a Q if it's a question. And I'm good with that one. You don't have to put a Q if it's a question. I just at first was asking people to do that. So when I look at my chat, if somebody's got a question, I see the Q there and I can, try to answer that question. I have no issues with anyone on YouTube, but I will if you creators think you can take my voice away. Yes, there is a huge difference between stalking and talking. Absolutely. Absolutely. But that happens. I mean, these people, and it goes both ways, like I talked about before. It definitely goes both ways. You have your creator who's a lot of channels, not all of them, but a lot of channels, when they're talking about a specific case or something, they push a narrative, and so many subs and stuff, they don't they automatically go with the narrative that the creator is saying. And it happens. It's just part of being human. Some people automatically, you know, want to go with the advice that the creator's giving. And there's nothing wrong with that. There really isn't. But it goes both ways. So you've got your subs, and this is my opinion on this stuff. You've got your subs who can actually, with some creators, that's what they build their channel around. What their subs are pushing to them on it being something more that, you know, if there's a specific topic, you know, and you notice that your chat is all of them's talking about this one specific thing, a creator is going to want to have that conversation with them. Me personally, I like having conversations with my chat, but everybody's really good. I think over here, because we do all have different opinions and we do have different theories on cases and different things that we comment about. Over here, we're pretty open. I don't push a narrative on anybody. I'm just not that type of person because I do try to see things, the big picture of things. And like with Leilani Simon, I mean, in my opinion, she lied. She's been lying. She lied from the beginning, just started adding things days and days and days later. And that video that Leilani did, where she was so emotional and she was crying, and, you know, even though it was to Danny Youngkin and she talked about not having SEX or whatever, that really bothered me because she said in there she didn't have that love when she was younger. She didn't have that. And, you know, what we know of Billy Joe, I'm not saying anything negative about her. And like I always say, do not go show these people any hate. But Billy Joe had a lot of problems legally, you know, back in the day or whatever. And I can see her not giving the love to Leilani that Leilani had thought she should have been given. So you see Leilani, and we see her go from man to man to man. When she left her first Zane's dad, and I usually don't like to use children's names, so the oldest, when she left him, it was either right before she had Quentin or right after she had Quentin. So then she gets with Quentin's dad. Well, what happened there? She wasn't with Quentin's dad very long. And then she goes to Danny. And if I remember correctly, she was meeting these guys online. But I have to keep reminding myself also that she was, what, 22 when this happened? 22 years old. She had been using substances. I feel like she honestly believed that with a man to show love, it had to be through SEX. through sex, and not maybe so much as emotional. I'm guilty of forgetting sometimes, but usually not. I forget a lot of things. You always let it known in some form that it's your thoughts. I love you guys to come over and tell me what you think about stuff. If I think this is the truth, I think if I had a channel where I was pushing a narrative and everything that I was saying, everybody was agreeing with, everybody's kind of yes person. You know, you can do one of two things in those situations. You can really take advantage and manipulate people like that, to be honest, in my opinion. Or you can not want to be like that. But there's a lot that want to be like that. But I, you know, with the RICO stuff, I say the same thing about anything. If somebody is, I don't know. I don't understand a lot of it. No, I agree that it does not give her a right to KILL her child. And this is what I thought happened. And I think that Leilani, Danny had made the comment, right? That if he woke Leilani up early in the morning, that she would be pissed. She wouldn't be happy if she had to get up a little bit extra time before they left or whatever. She woke up at the last minute. So what does that tell you? That tells you that Danny was the one who got the kids ready to go to the babysitter. That's what it tells you. But we have to remember the timeline. The timeline doesn't really fit with that story at all. It doesn't fit. That he woke her up in the morning, she got pissed off, and this is what transpired. The timeline doesn't allow for that. So now I got to look at a different avenue. Did he happen to wake up in the middle of the night? If there was vomit on the pillow, let's put this out here. I mean, honestly, if there was vomit on the pillow, how do we know she possibly could have done something, left, came back, she finds Quentin unresponsive, goes back out, and ends up there. No, imagine she was on perks and Coca-Cola. When it comes to RICO, I think it's all going to be thrown out. Absolutely ridiculous. May cause the creators doing this to lose their following. Many are really mad about this. Let me say this. Whoever is filing this, number one, there had to have been proof. There had to have been proof that these creators, hey H, there has to be proof that these creators did or said. These creators did or said. But I got to be honest with you guys. There's some people's chats that they say all kinds of stuff. They say all kinds of stuff. And the creator doesn't care what they say. And that's true. I was reading that in saliva. It can be determined if there was head trauma. Yeah, that's what I heard too, Debbie, that with a head wound and him being sick. I'm not sure what it is, cursed. And I went over a little bit of that yesterday, but it's called a UPEPA. And when you pull up that UPEPA, it starts talking about, it can absolutely be filed in certain states. But I don't think every state has it. So I think that's why you're seeing, somebody said to me that, I don't know if it was Nick the Hat had done a video about it, but they said something about he was like, they filed in Pennsylvania, something about Indiana. But I'm like, I don't know who lives in Indiana that would get one. Yeah. Well, I don't think Betty likes me. I don't know why she don't like me. It really hurts my feelings. It really does. I'm probably nicer to her than the nicest person she has. Betty. I'm getting way off this Leilani stuff. All right. I might see what let's get this trial. This guy's got to be interesting, okay? Oh wait, I muted him.
6, but definitely the 7, correct?
That's correct. And again, I had, in between those times, I had multiple telephone conversations with Danny as well.
All right. And
why did that mess up? I don't understand.
Do you recall the conversation and the interview you had with Danny on October 5th?
You have to give me more clarification on that, sir.
Well, have you, in preparation for trial, have you reviewed that interview with him?
Which particular interview, sir?
The first interview you had with Mr. Young.
I'm sure I have at some point.
Okay. And do you
I'm
remember?
gonna pull up a couple
When you
clips.
said there was nothing weird about her going to Arkwright Drive in that interview?
Age.
Not specifically, but again, she provided that information in the interview that I was present for, that she had been to Arkwright Drive 100 times or more.
Okay. Did he ever say that he had gone to Arkwright Drive?
I don't know that Danny had mentioned that to me, but we do know through the course of the investigation that Danny accompanied her. Either he was driving or the defendant was driving on numerous occasions that they traveled to Arkwright Road.
Did he ever talk about going out there by himself?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Did he ever admit to going out there by himself, to the best of your knowledge? To you, at least.
Not that I recall.
Okay. Now, in that initial interview, do you remember him saying that he was awake when she got back from Arkwright?
Yeah, I'm going to object on hearsay grounds. I'm glad if he's live. Any further questions about what Danny did or didn't say? And he's testified this morning.
Your Honor, it's not hearsay. He's already testified. Okay. This is the agent that conducted the interview. I have the absolute right on cross-examination to talk about the inconsistencies in Danny Youngkin's statements to him versus what he testified here in court. So whatever issue he has, it's not hearsay, number one. Danny's already testified to this. Number two, the agent has the right to testify as to his recollection. If he doesn't recollect it, great. We move on. But if he does, it's proper cross-examination.
I'm telling you, the defense is kicking booty today.
Current rules of evidence that have been in place for the last 10 years. If there was something that...
Yeah, it's weird, Ro. I'm going to talk about it here in a few minutes.
Confirm, deny, explain.
Because I know people are bored with the trial.
Testimony by another witness, but if not,
I get it.
Ask another witness what witness who testified previously said just because they testified.
Before we go any further into the weeds in this argument, I'm going to allow you leeway to go ahead and ask these questions. I'm overruling the objection.
Thank you, Judge. So, Agent Snyder,
The judge is allowing
you
it.
remember Danny saying that he, at 3:30 when he got up to feed Sky, that Quentin was okay? And he saw him?
I don't recall that, no, sir.
Okay. Do you remember him saying at 5:30 that Quentin was okay?
I do recall Danny saying
did
that
say
on
that.
October the 5th. But in the October the 5th interview, it was unfathomable to Danny, that something like this had taken place. So while Danny did on October 5th during that interview mention that he did indeed see Quentin, we further went down that path with Danny on multiple occasions, specifically October 7th, and he could not recall seeing Quentin as he walked out of that bed that morning. It was a rush that morning. He was late for work. The position of his bed.
Your Honor,
Bro, give me a few minutes. If you want to come up, I'll drop the link for you. I just want to get through a couple this testimony.
at this point in time, I'm going to object. It's non-responsive to the question I asked, number one. He's basically giving a narrative to what was basically a yes or no question. I understand he's trained to do that, but it's still improper.
Mr. Dean.
The general proposition that the witness is allowed to finish his answer. Mr. Hilliard is the one that's inviting all this testimony about out-of-court statements made by Daniel Youngkin. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, as nobody says anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Dean.
Wow.
You do speak in paragraphs. So, Mr. Hilliard, ask your question. Agent, answer the question.
Isn't it true on October 5th that Danny Youngkin stated that he had glanced in the crib at 5:30 and Quentin was okay?
He
That's
did.
what he said on October 5th.
Okay. Now, isn't it also true that he also said he was the one that texted the babysitter that the kids were staying home that day, correct?
He
On October
did.
5th.
Danny did state that on October the 5th.
Okay. Now, do you remember during the conversation where Danny got angry and said that he needed to drink?
Could you please restate that one, please, sir?
I will. Do you recall him stating that he's having a bad day, it feels weird, and that he drinks all the time and needed a drink to even himself out?
And what date was that, sir?
October 5th, I believe. You don't remember
Okay.
that time?
I'm gonna ask, why is defense asking these questions? No, Mr. Dean.
Mr. Hilliard monologize on his theory of the case in the presence of the jury.
Approach.
I'll do it if he will, Judge, I promise. If he'll refrain from doing it, I'll be glad to.
No, y'all approach the bench. The other attorney comes here.
Did you hear him? If he won't do it, Your Honor, I won't do it. Oh my gosh, what is this? Okay, bro. Ro's gonna come up in a minute. She said she knows some people who were hit with RICO charges. Oh my gosh, did you guys hear that? See, you guys think that this whole court proceeding is boring. It is, but it's also very educational. If you just, take a couple minutes and like 5 hours. Yeah, I'll slow it down, imagine. Are you leaving, Nicole? I forgot you were here. You haven't said anything. You don't want to give your opinion on the RICO stuff? All right, Nicole.
Okay, we're back on the record now after our sidebar.
Darling,
Mr. Hilliard?
I can't wait till you come down again. I hope you're feeling good. I really do. Yeah, I think I'm placing bets on Mr. Migraine today also.
So let's go back to October 7th meeting with Mr. Youngkin. Okay. So you set up, did the hotel and the wiretap, right? So then that all went into place that night or the next day, whatever it says.
Next day.
You're keeping your
Whatever it says on
mouth
the paper is
shut.
what it did, right?
Correct.
Okay. And
About what?
so
You know you
Did you
can
conduct
say
any
what
surveillance?
you want to say over here.
other than those two things for the parties,
Oh, you
And
left her a
Well, I mean, we know you had
prayer
an audio
on.
video
Oh,
on the
that
hotel.
is sweet
You
of
know
you,
that had
H.
Mr. Youngkin's phone tapped.
Am
You know
I
you already pulled
am I
all
missing
of
something?
the, phone records at that point, correct? Did you ever pull any And you may or may not. I'm just asking.
Is
Did you
there
ever put any other
something
family
I
members on
don't
surveillance or
know?
anything like that?
We placed a pole camera on a telephone pole outside the residence of the defendant.
Okay. And that's at 535 Buckhalter?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Right. How long was that there?
I couldn't tell you for sure, sir. It was 30 days at the most.
Tell me what I'm missing. Am I missing something I need to
Now,
be aware of?
during the interview that we just saw with Miss Simon, you kept making statements to her. Some of those
Not
statements were true, but not
psychic.
all those statements were true, were they?
You'd have to.
Point you to the inconsistent or
Exactly.
incorrect statements? Well, one of the things you said was that Paul says something entirely different than what you do. Okay. What was it that Paul said that was entirely different? I don't recall.
Yes, I think the clear piece there is Paul told the truth.
Well, that's your answer, but I asked you a specific question. What was an item of information that Paul said that Leilani didn't say?
Nicole, ma'am, all you have to do is put it's in your opinion, IMO, or I think, or I believe. Because your opinion is just as important as everybody else's. You know what we say over here. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got some. And I want to know, because I also heard that it was said that YouTube and Google are helping with these IP addresses and finding out who some of these people are. That's very interesting if that was said. That would be something that I would want to check into a little bit further. Research, people, for real.
Yeah, again, throughout the course of the investigation, Paul told the truth, and the defendant didn't tell the truth.
Your Honor, that's a non-responsive answer. Please instruct the witness to answer the question.
Agent, if you would please listen to the question and as best you can answer the question.
You made a statement that Paul said something entirely different than Leilani Simon in the interview we just watched. What was that piece of information that was completely different?
Objection. You're sent, and I can elaborate if the court would like me to.
You can elaborate.
Did you want us to
Steve?
approach?
Sure.
Wow. The defense is kicking butt and taking names right now. Can you believe that? Well, that was the thing, you guys. Danny, on the 5th, when Quentin went missing, even for a couple days, was telling something that he changed it. He changed a lot of the things that he told them in the beginning. He changed it. And what makes that weird is him running out of the warehouse, so emotional the way he was. That just two things don't fit. They just don't fit. He had to have known that.
Agent Snyder, isn't it a common interrogation technique to use half-truths or complete falsities in order to try and induce a defendant to make a statement to you?
That she had
That's
something
correct.
to do with
We
it.
do that through the course of our investigations.
And isn't it also an interrogation technique that you will try and put stress and strain on them along the way to try and induce them to make a statement to you?
That is a technique.
Okay. And stirring up those emotions and keeping them in emotional turmoil is a fairly common interrogation technique, is it not?
That can be a technique that's utilized, yes.
Okay. And is that a technique you employ here?
The video speaks for itself.
Okay. And so you're saying that was not the technique you employed here then?
Specifically, the technique used in this one was something we refer to as a sue, and that's the strategic use of evidence to get to the facts in the investigation.
Well, let's talk about that. You had multiple interviews with Ms. Simon, correct?
Multiple, yes, sir.
And I guess it's safe to say that many of them were similar to this one, correct?
They were, yes, sir.
Okay. And the one thing is through all of those interviews, she's never admitted to harming her child in any way, correct?
I wouldn't say that's 100% correct, no, sir.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Did she say that she shot her kid?
She did not, no, sir.
Did she say that she stabbed her kid?
She did not, no,
Did she
sir.
say that she strangled her kid?
No, sir, she did not.
Did she say that she beat her kid with a blunt object?
At no point in time did she say she committed a violent act.
Okay. So that was a consistent statement
Wow.
throughout all of the
Trigger
strategic use of
warning.
evidence. She's never made that statement to you or anyone else, correct?
That's correct.
Let's talk about the hotel camera. So you have the hotel camera. You say that Danny was aware of it. She was not. Did she ever make any statements to Danny in that hotel room like that?
Again, I didn't review 100% of that video, so I couldn't 100% answer that with accuracy.
All right, well, then let's back it up. Did Agent Solomon tell you it was a relevant portion for you to look at and send it to you?
I don't recall. No, sir.
Was that something you would normally recall if you got?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you didn't get it. It wasn't sent to you, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Same thing. You had tapped his phone for 60 days at least. And I assume you got all relevant text, phone calls, or intercepts from Leilani Simon to Danny Youngkin, correct?
We got every call that came into Danny Youngkin's phone, both incoming, outgoing calls, just as your phone would obtain those calls. We received every call that came into Danny Youngkin's phone.
And did you review those calls, or were you told the relevant portions of those calls and text with the defendant?
I don't recall the exact number, but you can imagine in a 30 to 60 day period, there were hundreds of calls. So no, I did not review every call, but there were pertinent calls that we do have.
Okay. Any of those pertinent calls say, I harm my child, or I did this to my child?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Okay. And again, this is after 60 days of round the clock monitoring, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to talk to you about the interview that we just watched again. And what's a perk 30?
It's a opioid narcotic commonly used following minor to major surgeries as a painkiller.
Like when you say opiate, is it like Oxycontin or something like that? I mean, I don't know what it is. I'm asking you because you know more than I will. But what exactly would a common name be that we know about?
I'm not exactly sure. I know it's a combination of like an acetaminophen, so a Tylenol-based drug, in conjunction, with an opioid, a fentanyl, type drug. So it's a lesser degree of a fentanyl, drug in the opioid classification.
Right. And I assume cocaine. Well, let me ask you this: do you have any knowledge of what the effect of a perk 30 is on somebody if they take it? If you don't, that's fine.
No, I think the defendant explained that herself.
Okay. And what was that effect then?
The best I can recall from seeing the video that you watched was a drunken state, a loopy state. The specific pill that she took had a delayed reaction, she said. I couldn't explain past that.
Delayed.
What about cocaine?
What she was doing in the perk, taking the Percocet, the cocaine, and marijuana, commonly referred to on the street, if you will, as speedballing. And those three drugs were what she admittedly was on that night.
Does cocaine put you to sleep, or is it more of a stimulant?
Again, I couldn't tell you, for sure, but it's my understanding that it affects people in different ways. Some individuals it acts as a stimulant, and some individuals it does put to sleep.
All right. Well, based upon your experience and training, what have you been trained that the effects of it are?
Again, as I disclosed in an interview, I'm not a narcotics agent, but I can tell you, what she said, what I've heard from other individuals, and that's all I can say.
Okay. And was I correct that I may have misheard it, but on the interview that we just watched, did Miss Simon say that Missy had smoked weed or done drugs, something of that point? It was a very fleeting thing. I may have misheard it. I'm just asking you if you recall something like that.
Oh.
I do recall that. That was about midway through this October the 12th interview, where I allowed her to continue to tell the same story that she had told over and over and over about the Orajel. And when we confronted her on that the first time, she tried to, say, well, the reason that she probably doesn't remember that is because she smokes crack. So defamation of character to a young lady who wasn't even involved in this entire process.
Again, Your Honor.
Wow.
Question and not proselytize. It's non-responsive.
Oh, I like that answer. I liked his answer as she did demean Missy, right? She did. Calling her a crackhead. You can't call criminals anymore, you guys. We get in trouble for it. We need a code name for criminals. What would be a good code name for criminals? Crimmies? No. I don't know. We'll have to think about it. I'm so freaking weird. I'm so weird. Oh, God. Jesus, take the wheel today. Somebody stole my laundry soap. I'm really mad. Dang.
I'm going to say two things. One, he's answering the question. I'm going to ask you not to go any further. Than
Yes, ma'am, Nicole.
Okay. Thank you.
They
Agent
are.
Schneider, with Mr. Your investigation, I guess, in this case, you conducted interviews, you set up the landfill search, and you've been involved in it pretty much from the beginning, if I'm not, is that correct?
100%, yes, sir.
Okay. So when you said you only got the excerpts from the hotel and video, right? Of Danny and Leilani in the hotel? You were only given short pieces of video to watch, correct?
I've seen short clips of the video. That's correct, yes, sir.
And were you given daily summaries of what happened or
Oh,
summaries of what happened for
wow.
that entire time frame? I know you didn't monitor it.
There was probably a point in time, where the case team got together and we discussed, that particular CCTV footage. That's correct, yes, sir.
And the only people that were in that hotel room, though, was Danny and Leilani, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
I don't believe Zane or Sky were there, and I don't believe anybody else was there, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And Agent Solomon was the one who was in charge of that window, right?
That's correct.
Now, you also, I think that's all the questions I got, Judge. I'll leave it right there.
Any redirect? Mhm.
Good job, defense.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So, shall this witness be released?
I'm thinking so, Judge, yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. You're excused.
All right, we're gonna see who's next. And I don't know if Roe's ready to come up or not.
State
But
the call its next witness.
I'm a few moments too, Judge, if that's okay.
Okay. Is it enough for a break?
okay, hold on, I wanna see who's next.
Tables, let the record reflect that Ms. Simon is also with her counsel. All right, the jurors are out of the courtroom right now. I think there are probably a couple of matters that we need to take up. So who's gonna go first? Mr. Dean, let's start with you.
I'll go first.
Mr. Hilliard?
Okay, wait, I wanna see what they
I was
say.
not able to speak with the Westons.
This is out of the
I
jury's
don't know if they're here
presence.
or not. I don't know if we're going to get to them today. But I did attempt. I didn't see them in the hallway. And that's.
I can't wait. I can't wait for the Westons.
That has not occurred yet. And that's the first issue. The second
Okay,
issue
take
is
your time, Ro.
We may have something else to deal with. We just have to wait and see if it happens or pops up.
I don't know, but she's got different colors, Debbie.
While I suspect it's probably items that have already been introduced as evidence, what I also suspect is he has individual copies made for the jurors. I don't know if he's going to try and do that versus publishing them on the screen. We'll deal with that when we get to it. That's just my assumption. I don't know. So we'll have to wait and see.
Mr. Dean? Go ahead.
We do have, Your Honor, an individual copy for each juror of State's Exhibit 77. I can bring one up for the court.
If you like.
Yeah, I can explain why we're doing it this way.
Okay, let me see if I can see. I was seeing what they were arguing about. But the defense is gonna fight it.
These are photographs of Quentin's remains as recovered from the landfill on November 18th. I did
Wow.
introduce these into evidence through the testimony of Special Agent Solomon.
He's
most
almost
of them are in the
done.
trial
As soon
where
as this is
kind of
done.
blurry pictures of the remains as they appear to Dr. Christensen at the lab up on the screen. I didn't mean to do that. Well, I meant to do it, but I forgot. I did not to. In any case, those pictures were kind of blurry and difficult to make out. These are higher quality and a little more graphic, and I don't want to put these on screen. So we choose the manner in which we publish individual exhibits to the jury, and the way that we've chosen to do this is make an individual binder for each juror, so that we don't have to display Quentin's remains on a TV screen. So I don't know that sounds like maybe there's an objection to that practice, that procedure coming. I don't know if it's been
Well, let me just
raised
ask.
yet.
Let me just ask for course information. So I see the photographs. Would these photographs show on the screen, or can you do that digitally? I know the first few that you showed with the earlier witness were a little on the blurry side. That's one question. I guess the other is when you publish, when you ask to admit these and when you publish, you want to give them a book.
That's right. Once the witness has identified and authenticated the exhibit and it's been introduced into evidence, I would then distribute a copy to each juror and then ask the witness a couple questions about them and then give them a few moments to peruse the rest of them themselves. I do not have those images in my digital trial exhibits folder, specifically because of the way I intended to do this.
Mr. Hilliard?
We do object to it. I understand the concern about putting it on the TV screen, but my concern is about handing an individual binder as well. I mean, like Mr. Dean said, the graphic pictures are also cumulative other exhibits that are already committed. So my opinion is, after seeing this is the first time I've ever made this objection, so I don't do it lightly. I just think it's meant to inflame the jury. I think it's meant to inflame the passions of the jury. And Mr. Dean is correct 9 times out of 10. He gets to pick the manner and method by which something is published to the jury. But this is one of those things where I think the whole point behind it is to inflame the jury, is to make the jury feel a certain way by showing them graphic pictures, which Mr. Dean said, and I can agree with him. So I understand why he's doing it. I just object to it. I think that this is
Why wouldn't you show the?
It can be published. It can be admitted into evidence. I understand that. I don't really have a valid legal objection for that. But as far as the publishing goes, I think it's just my preference. It should be on the screen. It probably shouldn't go over the TV. And it's one of those things that they can introduce it and then pass it down and let each one individually see it. Like I said, I think it's done to inflame the jury, to prejudice the defendant. And that's the only real objection I have to it. It's duplicative, it's cumulative, and it's means to inflame the passion of the jury.
May I respond? It's not duplicative of anything. These are photographs that were taken in Savannah before transport. That's different from what was taken at the lab in Quantico. It's not intended to inflame the passions of the jury. It's intended to show them the evidence in the case. I'm familiar with the autopsy photo case law, the crime scene photo case law, and all that law is about. It's really about the blood for the most part. Blood, and if you ever see eyeballs and things like that of deceased people, and viscera. And in that sense, these are far less graphic than those types of photos that courts sometimes take issue with. To me, it is more a matter. I shouldn't say graphic. It's more a matter of just reverence for the subject matter. That I didn't want this on national television. That's why I've done it this way. Now it seems like the objection has kind of been distilled down to the question of whether it's one binder passed around versus a binder for each. Well, I'm going to be asking the witness questions about just a couple of these photos. And the thing about juries is that there are 16 jurors, not just one. And so that's why we've made one for each of
In
them.
my opinion, Leilani has argued.
It's typical in a lot of courts for jurors throughout the trial to have a binder that contains every exhibit that's to be admitted in the trial, and then as they're admitted to the next tab, and that's how it's done in a lot of courts. There's no prohibition against this, and I guess I just don't totally understand the objection. Mr. Hilliard is now conceding.
Do I need to Google that?
He thinks they're admissible.
Nicole, do I need to Google that?
It's not it's appropriate not to put them on the screen. We've kind of gotten down to how many binders is the jury going to get, and given that I'm going to be asking the witness to describe a couple of things in these pictures, they all need to have their own. Unless we want to bring them out of the box and have them huddle around one binder, and I just don't see the point of that.
Oh.
Or you could consider publishing it as you publish other evidence on the screen, and we can instruct the cameras not to show the screen.
Well, I can't do that now because I didn't bring them over digitally. I mean, we made our exhibits the way we made them, and honestly didn't. I mean, if we're talking about prejudicial effect, then my question is, what is the difference?
Why?
Like,
Yeah.
to have it on a
What's the
16-inch binder
difference?
versus the binder.
And one other question I have as well: is it your intention for the binders to go out to the jury room?
One of them. I mean, the clerk's exhibit, that's
Clerks,
submitted,
they're
will
all
go
gonna
out. We're not going to send them each back with their own one. These are strictly for the portion in which we're publishing this exhibit. And then we'll take them all up.
And then you post them. All right.
And just to distill it down for Mr. Dean, okay, I agree with him. I don't have a legal objection to it, but there is a difference. Handing 16 people their individual binders with these graphic pictures in them is not the same thing as everyone seeing it at the same time on the screen as the witness testifies. Okay, so it's not.
Wow,
the same
he's
thing.
getting
That's
deep.
the main basis for the objection. Is if you have it on the screen and the witness is testifying, saying, this is what we found, this is what we found, this is what it is.
He is
Everyone's seeing and
getting
experiencing
deep.
that at their own time and their own pace. Jurors with 16 different binders flipping through at different times and different paces are not having the same experience, number one. And number two, they are, and I agree with Mr. Dean to a certain extent, he's right, they're giving the autopsy photos and the viscera and the blood and all that. These are not like that. But by the same token, I don't care who you are. When you're looking at the remains of a 20-month-old child, that evokes a response from you.
Okay.
And so that's kind of why I think it's one of those, the TV doesn't need to see it, I agree with that. But I also don't think that 16 people need to have their own individual.
Wow.
Witness is going to testify and they're going to lay a foundation that's going to do it. It should be on the screen. It should be one at a time. It should be a group experience. As an example, I will use videotape as testimony. We watch a videotape in here. If the 16 jurors go back and deliberate, and or 12 jurors go back and deliberate, and have a question about a video, they all have to come out and they all have to sit and they have to watch the exact same thing in the courtroom at the same time and have the exact same experience. It's not 12 different experiences. It's one experience, and they can go back and deliberate. So to me, handing out 16 different binders of this many pictures is going to have 16 different experiences while the witness is testifying. So I do think it's prejudicial. I do think that, like I said, normally I've never made this objection before, but I do see that. As
I have to say, Nicole, that
So,
migraine man.
I'm going to come back to that. I'm going to take that under advisement for just a moment. The witness that you have for these
He is-
exhibits, is that one of the witnesses that's coming in?
Definitely on it today.
Yes, Your Honor, she's our next witness.
Okay. And as to, I'm going to go back to the Westons. So, Mr.
Yeah,
Hilliard got
let's
notice
go
last
back
night
to the
about the addition
Westons.
of these witnesses, although I know that they have had information about them throughout the discovery process. Are the Westons scheduled to testify today as well?
Your Honor, we don't anticipate calling them this afternoon right now. And before we do call them, of course, we'll give Mr. Hilliard an opportunity to talk to them if they will.
I anticipate, I can't speak for them, but I anticipate Ms. Solomon's probably going to be the bulk of the afternoon today anyway, which is fine. If they'll provide me the contact information for them, I can call them tonight. That way it doesn't look slick.
So I'm hearing the Weston issue is not an issue.
Not for
Not
today.
right now, Judge.
Okay, very well. Things are subject to change, but not for now. I'll take that. Okay.
Wow.
So the issue now is about the exhibits and how they'll be published.
Okay, they're talking about the exhibits and how they'll be published, et cetera, et cetera. So, let's see. All righty. I want to make sure I know exactly where I'm stopping at. 4:36, third time we fast forwarded. I will watch the rest of it, and if you guys want to watch the rest of it, feel free to go over to Court TV. I went through it rather quickly today, but last week for 5 days, I sat here for hours going over this trial, and yeah. So I've been on here 3 hours. How do I want to do this? You guys just want... Oh, wait a minute. Here's Ro. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I am good. Let me get out of this trial here.
Okay.
And I've got the... Now, okay, so you had people who were charged with... the RICO Act, and but I think because you're okay. Was it a gang?
Remain, look.
What's it say?
RICO.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Actually, I know people that were in clubs that were charged with it, and I also have Italian nationality in my lineage, so I also know people who were charged with it on that aspect.
Right. Well, see, this is the thing. Basically, okay, so we know, I'm going to just read the definition for everybody of a RICO Act. What is covered by the RICO Act? A violation of RICO occurs when a person in connection with an enterprise engages in a pattern of racketeering activity.
Yes.
And that includes, let me pull
money
it up.
laundering,
I had all this stuff pulled up yesterday.
Money laundering, extortion, drug dealing, weapons.
Yes, arson, bribery, counterfeiting, distribution of a controlled substance, embezzlement, extortion, gambling, homicide, kidnapping, mail fraud, money laundering, robbery, wire fraud, and witness tampering. So I think I don't see how that could
I think that somebody learned a new word, and they thought
so too.
That they could embellish it in this situation. But I mean, I could see, some people getting hit with it in the Summers case, because I wholeheartedly and in my opinion, believe that there was definitely money laundering going on with Summerwell's case.
Oh, definitely. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
And that would be contingent with the charge. Now, I've heard several people, and 2 of them, it was really sad, honestly. They're going on and on about, the RICO and more people need to get, because, freedom of speech. And I'm like, just sitting there, I'm like, no. This RICO is not for people talking shit. It's like, all right, say you're like my right hand man, whatever, and I give you instructions, and then you give it to another 3 people who then gives it to another 6 people who
Right.
facilitate it, and then they
Right.
bring money back, and the money comes like it's like organized crime, like bike clubs, the mafia,
Right.
racetrack, bookies and shit that work at racetracks and shit like that. Now, the only one that I really think might apply a little bit is where it said witness tampering, because technically it could be considered witness tampering, some of the shit that some of these people have done to like the parents and shit, you know what I mean?
Oh,
But
yeah.
I mean, it's a reach, but I could see if you really wanted to be a hair splitter, you could do it.
Well,
But
now this is what I believe that they're talking about. Now, this is called a UPEPA, Uniform Public Expression Protection Act. Now, some of these states, I know Pennsylvania just filed. They are applying it to the state. But what it is it's the let me find it here. I don't want to oh, okay, wait a minute. The Uniform Law Commission, also known as National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform State Laws, now in its 129th year, provides states with partisan, well-conceived, well-drafted legislation that brings clarity and stability to critical areas of state statutory law. Well, all ULC members must be lawyers qualified to practice law. They are practicing lawyers, judges, legislators, legislative staff, and law professors who have been appointed by state governments, as well as the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, to research, draft, promote enactment of uniform state laws in areas of state law where uniformity is desirable and practical. So this is what I kind of took from what I read, the little bit that I even read of it. The states are some of these states and counties are being just overrun with people filing lawsuits.
Yeah.
And this UPEPA, they are using this law. It kind of seems like they're kind of taking this law and knowing where the cracks are in it.
It sounds to me like they're trying to set up a commission that would oversee all these suits to make sure that there is bona fide grounds, you know what I mean, before it goes into the actual computer system of the workings of the courthouse, you know what I mean, like if it's another frivolous
so what they're doing is because the UPPA had been used in illegitimate ways. I mean, it was increasing, not to seek redress or relief for harm or to vindicate one's legal rights.
Yeah.
But rather to silence or intimidate citizens by subjecting them to costly and lengthy litigation.
Yeah.
These kind of abusive lawsuits are particularly troublesome when defendants find themselves targeted for exercising their constitutional rights to publish and speak freely
Yeah.
petition the government, and associate with others.
Right, but
Listen though, commentators dub these kinds of civil actions strategic lawsuits against public participation, or SLAPP, SLAPP.
mhm.
So, all right.
That I believe is just a organizational because I mean, even if you're doing commentary or whatever, you can allude to certain things, but you can't flat out say somebody did something. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
You
no
can't
doubt.
state it as a fact and not be held responsible. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people think freedom of speech means they can, just no. You can't just make up facts and say that they're factual. If you present them as if it's a factual, legitimate
Well,
thing, then you can be held responsible for it. Like if I say, remain calm, raped somebody,
right,
I could be held for that. But
right.
if I say allegedly or in my opinion, you can't. But there's different degrees of like if it's say something like being pedo or something like that, like you can't just recklessly say that. Like you know what I mean?
Yes,
Even
ma'am.
though you're a commentator or whatever, you still have to have some kind of facts or whatever to be stating that. Otherwise,
Right. Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
So
I
it sounds
completely
like
understand.
that's to rein in some. And I would say, I mean, just on the surface, what you just read to me, I would probably go with that because you would eliminate a lot of the riffraff and the money grubbers if
Right.
they were held responsible for the shit that they pulled. You know what I mean? If it was
Well,
bona fide that.
let me read what the definition of SLAPPs is.
Okay.
Okay. So don't
Mhm.
forget, class, that,
Pop quiz
these
at the end.
civil litigations were becoming a lot.
They
So
are a lot.
these SLAPPs devise simple definition. They can be brought by and against individuals, corporate entities, or government officials across all points of the political or social spectrum. Okay? They can address a wide variety of issues from zoning to the environment to politics to education. They are often cloaked as otherwise standard claims of defamation, civil conspiracy, tortious interference, nuisance, and invasion of privacy, just to name a few. But for all the ways in which SLAPPs may clothe themselves, their unifying features makes them a dangerous force. Their purpose is to ensnare their targets in costly litigation that chills society from engaging in constitutionally protected activity.
Right. Like basically, what happened with me with that eviction and the horses, that was what they're describing there. Like where the town administrator is also in the same um not brokerage, but he's in the same group with the zoning commissioner of the neighboring town, and they're like forcing people out of properties and then
Right.
letting them sit there, and then they turn around and they buy them from the city before anybody else knows at dirt cheap prices, and they're
Oh, yeah, you're
selling-
not supposed to
yeah,
do that.
right. Well, that they're doing that, but it's members of the actual municipality that's doing that. Like there's officers, there's the town administrator, the mayor was involved in it. It like goes like from top brass of the municipality to a lot of the hospital people who are on the boards of the hospitals. Even the one the developer who pulled the shit at my house, he's actually on he's on Rutgers board of directors, he's on Cooper Hospitals board of directors, he's on He's the emergency evacuation contact, like person who makes the decision at that final minute. He's the president of the Asian Pacific, like the Indian Cultural Center. Like, I mean, the dude is way smart, and I mean, he is in the top of a lot of professions in this area and shit. But he's grimy as fuck, and
Right.
him, and other people like him use the people that they know in the municipalities go after people as if they broke the law when they didn't break the law, and like what I mean, trying to
Right.
get that into court and shit. The filing fees plus you got to serve each person. Like the average normal person can't afford all that shit. You know what I mean? Like I don't have
Right.
time to like float around for 3 days hoping to catch sight of somebody to hand them a subpoena. And then you got
Well,
all the court costs.
yeah,
Get
well, that sounds, I mean,
yeah,
sounds
it's
more
extortion.
political
It's
and stuff. So,
well,
but what I'm trying to do is apply this to the Betty, Seth, Tony, Brittany,
it doesn't.
Jay.
But it doesn't fit because that is from what you read, that is designed to basically govern the governed, like people of high position and stuff who've been utilizing these like underhanded things. That's more directed at them, like Betty and them. I think that they could definitely
say
be
in your opinion.
yeah, in my opinion, sorry, but I think like what they're looking more for in that situation would be I don't know if they have like a RICO or named act that stops people from putting out
Well,
false information,
that's
stalking.
what I'm saying. I don't think it has anything necessarily to do with the RICO Act. I
Yeah,
think it's
no.
this UPEPA and this SLAP.
Unless they're going for the the money laundering, because like from and I don't really like I don't follow the
But you
Sebastian
can't.
case,
I don't
like,
know how they could do that. Who's
because a lot of
who?
money changed hands.
Yeah, but who? But who
Like
received it? That I don't understand that. Can
right,
you tell me
hypothetically,
that?
say since Seth belongs to the bailiff, whatever that group is, the officers that do jails. If by chance there's other people from that same organization that are like doing the background work for him, like, in other words, if he's just a spokesman and he's being guided on how to do this and how to go around the corners to where all this money's coming in that they can turn around and flip, that would be organized. You know what I mean? So that it would apply if hypothetically, was the situation. But I mean, I know he did
No,
get,
that doesn't make any sense. I mean,
well, that would be an organized thing. But like, I mean, I'm saying I
no.
don't.
What he would have to say is that people on YouTube all got together and were making money off of harassing him, right?
Well, yeah, but he wouldn't have it like it's not like they did it in an organized group. Like there wasn't
That's what I'm
meeting.
saying.
Yeah,
That's why
yeah.
I said I don't know how how they
I
could
think they.
consider that RICO, but
I think they mistakenly filed. If they actually did paperwork that invoked the RICO Act, I think it's going to be, you know, I guess it'll be funny to some people, but when they finally get to court and shit, the judge is going to say this does not even apply to the situation.
well,
Dismiss.
I know there's
Yeah.
a couple channels that has actually showed the paperwork. I want to see the
Yeah.
signature of the judge.
Right.
So anti-SLAPP laws in the United States
Mhm.
to limit the detrimental effects SLAPPs can have 32 states as well as the District of Columbia and the Territory of Guam have enacted laws to both assist, listen to this, have enacted laws to both assist defendants in seeking dismissal and to deter vexatious litigants from bringing such suits in the first place.
Mhm.
Listen, okay, are you guys listening? Who you're putting out there? You need money for a lawyer? Right here, they're telling you that they will help you. An anti-SLAPP law, in its core, is one by which a legislator imposes external change upon judicial procedure in implicit recognition that the judiciary has not itself modified its own procedures to deal with specific brand of abusive litigation. Although procedural in operation, these laws protect substantive rights and therefore have substance effect.
Sovereign?
Substantive.
Was it sovereign rights?
I haven't seen where it's sovereign. No, substantive. It's substantive rights and substantive effects. Oh, we'll have to look and see what that word means. So it should not be surprising that each of the 34 legislative enactments have been performed statutorily. None are achieved through civil procedure rules. The states have passed what?
What that is it's for people who can make judicial decisions, like the lawyers, judges, mayors,
that's what I said, because
right. But who's that entity in this situation? Who would be that, like the elected official that's involved in this? That's where it would apply.
It's lawyers. There's lawyers. There's judges. Yeah, all them kind of people. Yeah, I read them. I read all of them earlier. I just got it was lawyers and judges and a
so
couple
Seth
other.
putting it against other people, or somebody put it against Seth?
Seth, from my understanding, Seth, Bullhorn Betty, Tony Mathis, Nick the Hat, and Dog the Bounty Hunter. And then somebody is saying, I don't know if it's true. I'm sure if they told me it was, that Brittany J has now put her name on that they're filing against certain YouTubers, I guess, that they feel have harassed them. But they are also going after their subs. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know you could, if you were being harassed, you could, do a cyberbullying thing and shit, but I don't know if you can. I mean, I guess, it would be enough to get them into a courtroom, but I think it would have to, because they're not united as a group doing it. They're like individual channels doing it. I mean, they may be doing the same thing around the same time period, but there wasn't like a group meeting, we're going to do A, B, and C. So I think he would have to file individually on each person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
what they're doing. That's what they're doing. And I guess they're just going from state to state.
Well, yeah, because each one has different,
So
filing.
the first two people who got it were from Pennsylvania. So, yeah, I guess
was it a big channel?
Just go down through the states.
Was it like a big channel or a small channel in Pennsylvania?
One was Granny's Watching, and then one was Barbecue Lady. I think it's Barbecue Lady.
Yes, I've heard a lot about them, but I've never actually seen them.
No,
I don't
watch them.
Aren't they pretty hateful towards Seth? Is that to the channels that say some of the outrageous shit towards Seth?
I don't know. I have not.
I could see maybe if that's what they're trying to stop.
The thing about it is I don't know. This is my opinion, big time,
Mhm.
and my opinion don't necessarily, you know, coincide with other people's opinions.
Mhm.
But if with me,
Yeah.
because I always say first interviews and stuff are really important,
Mhm.
and what Seth needs to, in my opinion, own up to is coming in the way that he did, because when he came onto YouTube so aggressive like he did, I think that set the tone for the way that people felt that they could give their opinions. And I am big on give your opinion. It's not
Mhm.
hard to say that something's your opinion.
But there's a difference in stating your opinion on something and some of the malicious things that people say and do on here, and abundantly, like there's nothing wrong with it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're unescapable. Like, you can't make certain accusations about somebody, like, and repeatedly. And maybe, if say one of the creators who like invokes their subs into doing stuff, like, I have one that tells her whole chat to mass report me. Like, if they're doing stuff
Yeah,
like that, saying go after Seth, then yeah, I guess they could, you know what I mean?
yeah,
Should be held. Yeah.
yeah.
Because,
And I think too, I mean, yeah, I totally see that. And I
mhm,
just see that, like I said, the tone was set, and
mhm,
he was I don't this is one thing I don't understand.
mhm.
Why isn't Katie and Chris? They should be on there. They should be on there. What but
'Cause I don't think they're looking for a frivolous money grab like he is.
well,
It's not his first attempt. It's not his first
supposedly,
attempt to cash in.
I don't know if this is true,
Mm,
but supposedly they just want all the harassment and stuff to stop.
right, right. Where he
And
more
I
or less
get
wants
it.
money. Mhm.
I
Oh yeah.
totally get it.
Mhm.
But what is I think that people, they need to pull this up and read it, because it's telling you right there, if it happens to you, that
Mhm.
you can get help. You
Yeah.
can get help with it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, people really need to check that out if your name's on the
Mhm.
list.
I mean,
So he,
I'm thinking though, like, in order for him to be able to, I mean, you can charge anybody. If I walk into any police station and make a accusation, somebody can be arrested, and you can have your chance to prove your innocence later. But I'm thinking that he would have to have some pretty strong allegations, and you know what I mean. Like you said, each state, each city, each county is going to be different. Like, if there was blatant things done, I could see that going through. But just the banter of YouTube, like, if it's just like, a creator who don't like you and is, sharing that opinion versus malicious accusations that, have no basis, I think that's the contributing factor right there. Like, because you can't just take everybody in there that, like, didn't agree with you or didn't say something favorable about you. You know what I mean?
right.
I think I think the creators would have had to done some drastic, shit to actually. I said, I don't know who his lawyer is, but like, I'm starting to think that maybe, like, they filed some paperwork that's gonna, like, get dropped as soon as they walk in, because RICO definitely does not apply anywhere. Unless there's shit that we don't know. If there's a homicide or there's, racketeering or some shit behind the scenes we don't know, well, then it makes perfect sense. But for what we know, it doesn't make sense that RICO is coming.
Right.
You know,
I don't know if I
like
got
my ex got hit with RICO. He was part of a drug, um, not franchise, organization, and it was a high dollar organization, and it included like two different clubs, cartel, and shit like that.
Oh yeah, I've
So
heard you talk about that before.
yeah, so they definitely got hit with RICO because, you know, the clubs itself, like you pay dues, you go to meetings every week, like, you know, that is organized. And if you were instructed by somebody a higher stature than you to do certain things, whether illegal or not, that's organized. You know what I mean? They're directing their subordinates into doing criminal activities for the turnaround of profits. So
Right.
yeah, you know, I mean,
Well, Debbie, the Uniform Public Expression Protection Act, UPEPA, it is supposed to be for that. Okay? So, like I said, let me hold on a minute.
Okay.
So basically, that is okay. Wait a minute.
all right.
So in the 80s, this is the UPEPA. Okay, the Uniform Public Expression Protection Act. And in the 80s, commentators began observing the civil litigation system was being used in illegitimate ways, not to seek redress or relief for harm or vindicate one's legal rights, but rather, rather silence or intimidate citizens by subjecting them to costly and lengthy litigation. These kind of abusive lawsuits are particularly troublesome when defendants find themselves targeted for exercising their constitutional right to publish and speak freely, petition the government, and associate with others. Okay? So that is what the UPEPA is. For real. And then, okay, because I know it's hard to understand it.
Yeah.
So, you know, basically, this is what Betty feels is going on with her right now. This is how she feels right now.
I you know, I get it. That's how she feels right now, but that is what I know about her situation. Like, that has nothing to do with you failing to go to court. That has nothing to do with you not keeping the agreement that you made when you got out on bail on how you would and would not do certain things. You chose to do that after you were. These were the conditions upon your release. That's, you know, yeah, that's not the system. Like, system,
but
you know,
no, because, well, yeah, I get, what you're saying is absolutely correct. But this is basically what she's trying to say.
Right.
You know, I get it where she's saying I should be able to hashtag, you know, in my title, whatever I want or what I'm talking about or whatever.
You would have been able to if you didn't go above and beyond and, you know, cause certain situations that made the people involved feel threatened or uneasy. You know what I mean? And you were relentless on them. So it's not just that one action of hashtagging something.
Right.
It's a combination of all your actions, which led to the issuing of a restraining order.
But I know she knows that. But this is what, to me, this is what it looks like to me, is this, when you hear her talking, this is what she's talking about. This is what she's talking about. She feels that, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm completely wrong.
Like she's being stifled.
Yeah. Like they're
but she's not. If she conducted herself in a manner such as she professes, if she carried her, oh wow, thank you. If she carried herself as a say commentator or whatever, there's certain respect lines and things that they don't cross when they carry themselves under the guise of being a professional. You can't, go against all those things and then turn around and ask for the protection of a professional if you don't conduct yourself as a professional. Like, you've knocked yourself out of the box for being covered by that, by some of your actions, and she's definitely over the top.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
mean, I get it,
Yeah.
but
like you and I can
basically
say,
what she's saying.
right, you and I could probably say the same exact things that she has said towards or about that family, and we would have no ramifications because we don't, chase the father down, and we don't, like, say, I'm going to go get a pew pew. And, I think it's a combination of her actions more so the guidelines of what, a
A freedom
commentator
of
can.
speech, yeah.
Yeah, this isn't freedom
Yeah.
of speech. This is you expecting freedom of speech to cover your deliberate arrogance.
Actions.
You know
Right.
what I mean? You're like
Yeah.
deliberately indifferent to their civil rights. They have rights. You're violating those rights.
Well,
That doesn't fall under.
basically, it seems like what they want to do
Mm,
is file against individuals, I guess,
mhm,
because there's really not corporate or government
Yeah.
policies around.
mhm, mhm.
I mean, they did say something about YouTube and
Mm.
Google was. I don't know. I don't know if I don't know about that. I really
There
don't. I
there
don't know if
are
that's true or
clauses.
not.
There are clauses in those that, like, contracts you probably never even see, and if you see it on your phone or whatever, so tiny you won't read it. But there are things that all of us signed that, this is not the exact wording, but it would be something like, kind of like the doctors do no harm thing, like, in pursuit of commentary or fact finding or whatever, you're not supposed to infringe on people's lives, and not only infringe on their lives, but make them in fear. Like, if that's crossing the
Well,
line,
that you know
that's,
what though, that is the sad thing because that happens on YouTube all the time.
oh, yeah, it does. Yes, it does.
It really does.
Yep.
I
There's
mean,
a few things I think a lot of creators should, probably be held responsible for, because at a certain point, like, there's certain lines you don't cross, and there's certain things you just don't do. And these creators are doing these things, like, merely because somebody has a different opinion of you or whatever. You're doing shit that's detrimental in their life, and could be threatening. Like, for instance, the shit with me, somebody besides me would probably be completely terrified that, their house has been shown on the web. You know what I mean? Their local police
well,
department
join the
would
club
call.
there, sister. My
Right,
house was
right.
shown
But
on a freaking live stream.
right, but most people would be like, we're a little bit different. Most people would get unhinged at that, and rightfully so. But because, like, we are the way we are, and we didn't make a big deal out of it, it's made these people more comfortable with using these tactics, which you just can't do it. You know what I mean? You can't do it. That's all there is to it. You're going to
Well, I
cause.
wasn't fucking happy about it, but I'm
Yeah,
luckily I ain't a person who freaking went the
yeah,
hell off.
yeah. You know what I mean? The only thing, like, I don't like the, because I don't, I worked really fucking hard at getting this block to where, like, people can relax and shit. And then to hear, have the cops pulling up and shit, I'm thinking, like, my neighbors are probably like, what the fuck? We just got rid of that piece of shit that used to live at the dude who did my face and shit. You know what I mean? And I didn't want my neighbors to be, like, affected by that shit. So
Yeah.
that's, if
Well,
it
the
was just
thing
like, if I was still on the farm and they rolled up to the farm, it wouldn't be a problem, because like, it's not like a block, like, what I mean?
right.
I didn't have
Yeah.
next door neighbors and shit, and I would have just blew that off and shit. But, like,
Well,
starting to fuck with my neighbors and shit, that's going to be a problem.
yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I just
and over dumb shit. Like, it's not like,
well,
I'm the
that's
the
the thing
parent
about
of,
it. There's a certain I don't even know what to call the genre of some of the
Yeah,
people
I'm
on
lost in that
YouTube
one.
that they continue for months and months just to bicker back and forth.
Yeah, yeah,
And you know,
you
it
can
gets
try
as
multiple
it
tactics.
goes, it just gets more and more between everybody, and you know.
And I can tell you personally, I've exercised several tactics on trying to deal with it, and it doesn't make a difference which way you go. They still do the same thing, and I don't, I don't see the
Well,
point of
it's called don't look at what they're saying. Don't look at for comments where they're talking about you. Just you have to put that block up there. Put a block up there.
But see, if it was say not that I encourage this, say they were doing this to, I don't know, say a parent of a missing child that like they have like, beyond a shadow of a doubt, like this person was partying and like, definitely at fault, whatever. If like, you were looking into their lives like that and shit, like I could maybe justify it a little bit, but you're looking into like private people, you know what I mean, who the only thing you know about them is they have a YouTube channel, and that gives you reason to attack their personal life. That's crazy. That's like crazy. That's not
Yeah.
what I do. I don't believe that's what half the people are here for. I think the people came here for victims, whether it be kids or adults
Well,
or whatever.
the thing about it is you have to just completely get away from the group of people that is
It's hard.
doing whatever you feel they're doing, and just
Yeah, but you and I have like a higher tolerance though. Like, you know what I mean? Shit that doesn't even unnerve us. Like if it was a regular bona fide, like everyday Joe, they this would be a bit much for them. They, you know what I mean? It would do some serious damage.
well, yeah, but I mean, you have to admit, Ro, you do say stuff back.
Oh yeah. Oh
So
yeah.
it's a
I'm,
back and
don't
forth
get me wrong.
thing.
I'm not polishing my halo. I'm not. Yeah, no. Trust me. I've definitely. Yeah, no.
No, I know you never need to
Dude,
do that, Ro.
I've said some of the most shocking shit on here. Like, you know what I mean? But
Yeah,
and
you have, girl. You
I know.
have.
But I got a temper. I got a temper, and after a while, like I don't know. All right, for example, like me and Andrew are arguing, and then the next day, I got like 3 other creators coming at me because me and Andrew are arguing. Like, how does that relate to you? Like,
Well,
you know what I mean? Kind of
that's
thing?
YouTube.
Yeah,
That's
like
YouTube.
that's the shit that gets crazy because then
Yeah,
you like.
well, get out of that genre. That's a certain genre. You got to get away from it.
We never wanted to be there. Never. Like I like my quiet. Like I want my chats back so bad. I like. You
Well,
don't even know.
you're just gonna have to switch your stuff up and stick with it. I mean, if,
Yeah.
is
Block
what that
everybody.
doesn't mean that the creators who you're friendly with, that you can't be friendly with them no
Yeah.
more.
Absolutely.
To each their own. Some people just like to, everybody's human and people act differently. So,
But I will say this,
you just have to take that into consideration.
this may be just my personal opinion, but it, from my observation, it seems as if the people who are not monetizing and all that shit seem to be the ones that they group one all the time. Like, and I think it's because, I mean, again, in my opinion, they are doing the cash apps, this, that, the other thing, and not just like, once in a while, you know what I mean, like gratuitously doing cash apps. And I think that when you don't, it goes against what they're trying to make the norm. Like, we should always have our cash app running on our banners and shit like
You
that.
made me feel bad. I got mine up, I think.
No,
I got mine pinned.
yeah, because you've been working your ass off for the last few days. There's a difference in that remain. Like when, like even I don't know, hypothetically Justin. You know what I mean? Justin, whether he does his research or somebody else does it, they do research. He puts together like programmed, lives like to cover specific, like, you know what I mean? He puts thought into it. The graphics, things like that. Like that's different than somebody who like me, if I just, today I show up and I'm not talking about nothing for nothing, but I want cash apps. Like, what the fuck for? You know what I mean? Why should somebody
Well,
pay you
yeah, but
because you
I
showed
know,
up?
but you just gotta, you can't pay no attention to that stuff.
Well, right,
I
but I'm
mean,
saying I think
let them, they're gonna do what they're gonna do.
right,
And I
but I
mean,
think a lot of the creators who feel like they've been jumped on. I think it's seemingly the ones behind cash apps and shit. Like, you know what I mean? And not like you're doing. That's totally different. Like, you definitely deserve to be like making tips or whatever for your commentary for 3 days, all day, every, you know what I mean? That's
right.
that's different than just saying, oh, I want beer money. Can I get the cash apps rolling? But
Oh,
then
yeah,
again,
but let me tell you something.
it's people's
This is
choice
the
what they want to
truth.
get money for. Mm-hmm.
I've seen people who were holding signs, and
Mm-hmm.
one was asking for food, and the other had a sign that said, I want a beer. And the
Yeah.
dude who had, I want a beer, was making more money than the dude who wasn't.
Because people appreciate the honesty. And there's another thing, like, anybody can do anything they want with their money. Like, your subs can give you money for whatever they want to, but I kind of think, like, if you're gonna say it's for one thing and then you do something else with it, like, that's not right. But like, Andrew
Well,
will go in there
look,
and say,
it's not right, but once you
right, but
hand somebody your money, it's really
right,
wherever it
right.
goes, it
But like
goes.
Andrew will say, like, I want money to go to the arcade. From that point on, anybody who decides to, give him money, he told you what he was doing with it. So that's your choice. But like, it's the hidden shit when they tell you that it's for one thing and it doesn't go to that. That's wrong
Yeah,
shit.
but
Like,
still, yeah, it's
mhm,
wrong. I mean,
mhm.
when yeah, I mean, it's wrong, but there's nothing you can do about it.
No, but there should be something like on here that, like, like,
You know what tickles me about you, Ro?
hmm,
You are a person who, um, when you see stuff like that and you think it should be changed, you
mhm.
you wanna, you're good with
I
that.
want to change it. Yeah,
You want it
because
changed.
yeah, I see a lot of, like, there's another channel that I've seen, the majority of the people are between, like, say 55 and 70. The majority of them are on fixed incomes. If they can contribute like once a month, like, a small amount or whatever, that's usually overextending them. And then to see certain people like
But the thing
throw
about it,
back,
the thing
like
about it is,
throw back them for more and not even care that you're taking, like, these people are living like,
no,
they're living
yeah,
with cat
I
food.
get it. I get
Mhm.
to, I get where, I feel like that's wrong too,
Yeah, yeah.
right?
Mhm.
But, it's, I can't, there's nothing that anybody
Mhm.
can do about it
Mhm. I
at
know.
all. And,
I just wish people would, like, it's one thing,
but
like,
that's to each their own, to each their own.
yeah,
The thing about it is, Ro, if they feel okay doing that, I mean, I just know that I wouldn't feel okay doing that, but
right, right. And
I can't go around and try to crusade
right,
morality to people,
but you also don't go on and say to your subs that, even though they donated last night, like, you really need, help towards, this and this, and you
But
know
you can do that.
right, you can, but you don't, is what I'm saying. Like,
Oh
you
no,
don't
I don't.
conduct
No.
yourself like that. And I don't, I feel bad when I see certain channels that, like, these people are like of an older,
Right. No,
group,
I get it. I
and
get what you're
yeah,
saying. For
and it's
real.
no good news. I mean, like,
There are laws with fundraising like GoFundMe. Every penny has to
mhm,
go to what is listed, nothing else.
right, right. But I think it has to be specifically said that, you know what I mean, in the fundraising. I think like it has to, like, if you don't specifically say that's what you can even allude to that's what you're going to do, but have no intention of it, and you're good. Like it's kind of fucked up.
Well, if I know on I think YouTube you have to have so many subs before you can do that, and I think that's how it used to be. And me personally, if I ever did something like that, I
Mhm.
would already have it set up with the establishment and let people
limit.
send their money straight to them. I'm,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just leading the way.
Yeah, and that's in my opinion, that's the wiser thing to do, because you don't ever touch that money. You have nothing to do with it. So if there's a technical problem down the road, you know what I mean. Look, I was
Right.
just trying to raise money for that organization. You know what I mean. That
Yeah,
that
I
shit gets
don't ever want to. People, I would rather try to find where they can donate. And
it's like when I was I said to my chat when they found that baby in Fancy Gap, and when we first heard about it and shit, we were like, well, fuck it, like how much could the DNA test be, like $102, like if we all gave up like $5. But then I even said, then I said, well, that we got to figure out where we would send it to, that it would, you know what I mean, like it's a direct doctor or some shit. Well, as it turns out, it was free anyway. But yeah, don't send your money to me, don't send your money to, like, you know what I mean, if you're donating to the United Way, your check should say United Way, not Tina, or you know what I'm saying.
Right.
Like it's like a lot of people think that they're donating to different organizations and shit, and no, like even like the Humane Society, all them commercials and shit like that. You're lucky if like 8 cents out of $1 goes to the actual shelters, and people don't realize that when they donate and shit. But people just need to be more vigilant about what they're donating to, and money's scarce nowadays, man. I wouldn't be giving it out just to give it.
Yeah, definitely. Well, the thing about it is, I feel like you're good-hearted. I really do.
Yeah.
But
sometimes
you're feisty as fuck. You're very opinionated, and there ain't nothing wrong with that.
It's because I was never allowed to have an opinion. You know what I mean?
Makes sense. That makes sense.
You figure I went through Catholic school plus like way abusive shit. Then I got out of school and I was in a relationship that was abusive and controlling, and you know what I mean, and you want to let even just to say the simplest things, like even say hello to somebody like a normal person, I just wasn't allowed. So when I finally got away from that shit, I was like, fuck that, I'm gonna say everything I want to say. You know what I mean?
Well, I think you just and I say this about a lot of people, it's y'all can be very vicious. You can be vicious.
Oh God,
towards each other.
Yeah. And I tell people when I meet them, the last thing you want is my undivided attention. I mean, just don't.
Yeah, but
like,
I think with you, and I've always been honest with you, that I think you need to learn how to shut a lot of things out. And I know that I know because I know some of what I know. You say stuff that freaking, really, really hurtful to them, and they say things that are hurtful to you. And I think, just try to block out what you can block out.
I just try, but I mean,
that would be the same advice that I would give them too. Y'all
I definitely agree, but on the same token, when you're not that of that thinking,
I get it. I get it because I get that you want to defend yourself about what they're saying or whatever.
Yeah, well, yeah, that and the fact
I get that, but I mean,
I've never thought like that, like to do shit like that to people. Like it's never been like now in retaliation. I have thought to do that to people and shit when I get mad, but like I've never
That you're always
consciously
mad. You're
well,
always mad.
yeah, lately, yeah. But there's like I just like there's people who that's the goal of the day. I don't comprehend that though. Like how
Yeah,
do
but
you set
how?
out
Let me
with,
ask
like,
you this:
mm,
how are you? Yeah,
Hmm.
I'm Sagittarius too, Sandy.
I'm Aquarius.
When you wake
The
up
left
in the
hand of
morning,
Aquarius.
when you
Mhm.
wake up in the morning, and I don't
Mhm.
need technically what you do,
Mhm.
but what is the first thing when you go on social media? What is the first thing you look for?
Comments.
Yeah,
Comments. Yeah.
and you
'Cause I like
you shouldn't be doing that.
why? I go on my page looking at comments, not other people's. Like to see, like if I did a live last night, I go on to see if like there was any comments after the live or
Yeah,
you
I
know
do that.
likes
Yeah, I do
and stuff.
that.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, I don't. And there's
Well,
another thing. Like,
let me ask you
I
this:
didn't even
how are you finding all of these bad comments that where people are saying stuff about you? How do you
people
find
send them
those?
to me. People send them to me all the time.
And why do you
Like
think they're doing
I
that?
didn't even know. I didn't even know about
Why,
like community
why
posts
why do you think they're doing that?
to stir shit. To stir
I
shit.
I would just
Mhm.
overlook them.
I do a lot. A lot of them I do overlook, but there's some that like and certain things that and I try. I mean, I know that I'm being baited sometimes, and I know that I should walk away, but certain words I just can't. You know what I mean? I just like when it's my voice, like I know better. I could know I'm going to jail for doing what I'm about to do, but when it comes to my voice, like I don't get no. No, I'm not accepting
Yeah,
that shit.
but the thing
You know,
about it is you all know how to push each other's buttons for real.
that is true. That is
You
true.
guys
But
really do.
I can honestly say that I've made more than numerous attempts to just like leave that shit alone. Like, and I don't want to bring up a bad subject, but like for instance, you drop something and you're fine with that person, and then all of a sudden one day, all this shit's like right back up. Like, what? I ain't said nothing. I've been nice to you. We get along. Like, why? Like, and that's what I get the maddest. Because I'm like, what
Well,
the fuck? Like, you know what I mean? There was no need for that shit. But
right.
I am a hothead. I am definitely a hothead. And when it comes to my like, I'm not even trying to make an excuse for it or whatever. But when it comes to my boys, there's no, it's just zero fucking tolerance. I'm
Right.
not even going to pretend that I'm never going to try to be
Well,
like.
well, I think everybody knows that too. So,
Mhm.
but
And it's only, and I mean, for the amount of people that I've come in contact with on YouTube, the amount of people versus the amount of people that will go to that level, so minute. I mean, it's just a few of them, and it seems that like I kind of got all of them, but the majority of people on YouTube aren't like that. You know what I mean? They're not.
well, you just have to, if you know,
Yeah.
you just have to be be hyper vigilant about
Yeah.
different things. But I don't know. I've never been the type of person that puts out. And I mean, I've shown a couple things before, but I don't show. I don't keep conversations I have with people. I don't record people. I
That's
don't do
something
that
that
shit.
I don't record anybody,
And
but I've
you
had
get
to
in
say
on the thing about YouTube is people be trying to get you on three-way calls and all kinds of shit. And it's
yeah.
like, I don't
Every
do
time
three-way calls.
every time I've spoke to somebody on the phone from YouTube, that's like one of the first things they say about recording content. And I'll tell you this, like I ain't got time to run around and set it up or whatever for one, but for two, if I say anything today that I got to worry about coming out later down the road, that's my own damn fault. You know what I mean? If I carry myself the way I normally carry myself, there ain't shit you're going to record that I need to worry about. You know what I mean? So,
Well, yeah, that's the main thing about it. You just have to, police
Yeah.
yourself when you're talking
Yeah.
to people for real.
Mhm. Yeah.
But y'all need to, I don't even know what to tell y'all. I tried to bring peace amongst you all.
I know you
It
did.
didn't
I know
work
you did.
out real well.
No, and I've tried too, and it didn't work out real well. Like, I mean, it's I don't even know what to tell you about that because there's still one that is just nonstop, and I'm like I'm like, I don't even know what to say anymore. Like, because I'm just like, it doesn't matter. You're just gonna keep finding like the dumbest shit to just flare shit up, and I've been pretty
Well,
good at like walking away from it until I don't know the other day something was said, I forget what it was, and I was like, I was stupid. But I mean, I have been ignoring a lot of the shit. I definitely have been ignoring it, and most of it, except for like I said, except for that one individual, majority of it has all stopped. Everybody's getting along, like you know what I mean, except for that one individual. So
well, that's sad. So
yeah, it is. It is. You know what I mean? But and
you'll be all right. You'll be
yeah,
all right, Ro.
like if anything with the kid thing, like I think, in my opinion, if it was me, which I'm sure I wouldn't be real happy about or whatever, but I think I would have picked up on the fact that like nobody was dogging you there. Like there's no reason for you to be that crazy. Like somebody was saying, so nobody said anything bad about you. Why are you so like up in arms saying, they're talking shit on you, they're lying, they didn't even say anything at this point. Like, you know what I mean? It just no, like it just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me at all.
Well,
Mm.
well, let me tell you,
Mm.
Bullhorn Betty just introduced us all to the UPEPA
That's a
and
mouthful.
slaps,
Mm.
because that is, I mean, people, I do agree that,
Are you gonna put a link to that in your description?
yeah, I'll have to pull it over. I want to download it anyway. I haven't downloaded it,
Yeah.
but
I got it. A friend of mine came up from down by the shore and shit, and I told her I would go fishing with her and shit. So I actually want to get my ass in gear to go do that shit. But when I get back, I'll take the link and I'll like look over it really good and give you a better synopsis.
yeah,
of
yeah, definitely. I'd recommend everybody read it, and then we have a conversation about it,
Yeah,
because it's
yeah.
because it's this Uniform Public Expression Protection Act, but that goes into what's called slaps.
Mhm.
So yeah.
And it is something that it could be definitely beneficial
Well,
for people
not
to
only
know.
that, but I think people really need to look at this, because I think what this does is it explains it all really well. And I just, from what I've researched on it so far, at a little bit, I can see where Betty's coming from, what
Mhm.
she's talking about.
Uh-huh.
So yes. Did you hear
Yeah.
that, Betty? Betty, I said you were right a little bit. Okay.
Are you bullying me again?
It ain't bullying, Betty. It's Miss Lister, Betty, okay?
It's Lister,
It's not
right?
bullying. It's trying to understand, and in the process give my opinion on it.
Mhm.
Maybe I should get Betty over here to explain it.
Oh God, please don't. Oh God, no. Huh. Her voice.
I wouldn't
Oh,
care to have Betty come up and explain it.
yeah, but that voice just goes through me when she gets like
But the thing about it
elevated.
is, I know I would be over inundated with trolls saying stuff, and I don't
Oh
want
God,
that
yeah.
headache.
Yeah.
I don't want that headadeck. My mods
I
don't need
blame-
that headache.
Yeah, I definitely don't blame you there.
My chat,
That's why.
my chat, we try to stay woo-saw over here.
Mhm.
For real.
Well, my last few chats, like they've actually the last 3 have been peaceful, which I'm totally surprised. But like the couple before that, like it actually got to the point where, like, you know, the trolls were coming in so much, and I just fuck with them. And you know, like the first 20 minutes, we'll have a whole shitload of trolls, and then you know they just disappear because they get tired of trying to say shit. And I'm like, nah, your mother. And then they go away, and we go back to our life.
Yeah. Yeah, if you mess with them back, there's some of them that are really cool.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, they don't. Some of them don't come in to chat all the time to be mean. They just come in to throw you off and say something silly.
Yeah, there's been a few trolls that I've actually, like, you know, laughed at whatever they said or whatever, or like, you know, just had it like casual conversation, and they pop up all the time. They're like, hey, how you doing? I'm like, oh yeah, you know. But yeah, I guess, you know, it's part of the course.
What was the last thing you talked about on your channel?
Well, last night I talked about people talking about the RICO Act as if it was something to do with rumors, which it doesn't. Madeline Soto, like that, Javion McGee, that really has me perturbed.
Hey, do me a favor if you just have time and you don't have anything you want to talk about. Can you just mention Elijah View case?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And there's another one.
Yeah.
I need to do Elijah, but yeah, look at that case, see if you're interested in it to mention
yeah,
it.
I was from when, you know, the day that I was up here with you, and you know, I didn't know any of it until that day, but the details that I learned that day definitely, and like that's just so fucking sad, man. Like,
yeah,
I don't know what
it
the fuck
is sad.
I mean, I like, granted, I got a temper, and yeah, I would love to fucking smack somebody's forehead in quite often, but I've never ever wanted, like, you know, how do you direct that towards, and intentionally direct that towards?
Well, I mean, the thing about it is, if you know, definitely want to talk about missing and exploited kids, there's channels, smaller channels that you can go to that will mention a different child. And really over here, I try to talk about sometimes 2, 3, 4 cases.
Yeah. Well, I do pop into quite a few channels, like, you know, different channels, but I don't say a word in there because I just don't want the bullshit to follow me into there. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, I feel bad, like, when that shit happens, and like, you know, somebody else's channel, they're sitting there doing a live, and because I said hello, all of a sudden 12 people come in and start, like, you know, just total bullshit. And I'm like, really? You couldn't, like, why didn't you just come to my channel? You know, I'm going to do a live later, like, you know. So I kind of, like, there's a lot that I'll just, like, you know, be in the bushes or whatever. But I don't think there's any cases right now on YouTube as far as kids that I haven't watched some of each one. You know what I mean?
And
but, like,
Cold Case Crystal, she talked a little about a little girl named Elena. And
the little blonde.
That case needs attention also.
Yes, it does. Well, that's Trev. A few months ago, Trev, not the other dude, Trev, but the young guy, Trev, the you know, reward fund guy, he was doing Alon for a little bit. I think it's the same girl, but that's one of the cases that he was trying to get a lot of people to pay attention to, because, like, you know, it was like 2 years later and the family still hasn't gotten into court or anything, and it's just sad.
You know, the thing about it is there's just a lot of different you know, stuff like that going on right now. You know, when you get into talking about you know, cases involving children, it's never ending.
I know.
It's never ending.
I honestly, like, if I could find a way to lessen the amount of kids that are victimized, I would wholeheartedly, that would be my genre, you know what I mean? Like, but it doesn't seem like it's gonna stop. It seems like it's getting more and more rampant, and people just want it to be normal. You know what I mean? Like, what's the big deal? Like, really? It's a kid, and that's just like morally fucking wrong.
Right.
Yep.
Right. I get it.
This is me 20 years ago. Watch, I'm going to show you. Hold on. Let's see. I'm going to do it so you don't see me, but hold on. Get, now, go. Good.
What is that?
It's my girlfriend. She'll do this all day long. Watch. I used to do this shit all the time. See her chopping wood?
Oh,
Could you see her?
yeah, I seen
Yeah.
somebody chopping wood.
Pretty nice hits, Jen. See, I used to be able to do that shit before I broke my back. But see, you know, that's
Okay.
another thing. Like, you know, all the shit I used to do, I can't do anymore. So, like, you know, little
Yeah, it's
shit
bad.
agitates me now. You know what I mean? Somebody
Right.
says something stupid, I'm like, "Rah." But, yeah.
Right.
Did you got that whole pile?
There was a little bit there in front, but
You will be fine, Ro.
Yeah, I know. I just,
You
you know.
will be fine.
Yeah. Well, I went today I just got back today for the, doctor for the friggin' Social Security. So I, you know, I got a lot. Yeah, I've had a lot on my plate in the last 6 months. That like
Right.
serious shit. Like, you know what I mean. So
Yeah.
hopefully I got all that almost coming to a head, and then I can deal with me. You know what I
Right.
mean?
I get it. Yeah. I get
It's
it.
pain in the ass. Yeah. And then, like, you know, today explained it to the doctor because the doctor starts asking me questions about, well, why don't you didn't do this, you don't do that. I'm like, no, I don't leave the house. He's like, well, why don't you leave the house? And then going into that, I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm
Right.
tired of explaining that shit. I just want to go
Right.
back to being normal, you know?
I
So
get it.
hopefully when I get all this shit corralled, I can go back to being a normal person. Well, not
Well,
normal person, but
we
normal
will
in
wait.
me.
We
Yeah, I don't
will
want you to
wait.
get dressed. Yeah.
We will wait for you, Ro, to become a normal person.
Well, that's a stretch of that word there. Like my
Well,
version of
you
normal.
said it. You
I know,
said
right?
it. I
I
didn't.
know. I know.
That's
I'm my own
funny.
worst enemy. I know. All right, well, listen, I'm gonna pop down off of here. But I will definitely pick that link up later on and look into that and shit. If you want, how many more days is the trial? You think?
Oh my gosh. Hopefully not. I don't know. Maybe through the week.
Yeah. Wow. That
I'm
many
just gonna
people.
go through. I'm gonna go through and highlight a lot of it and
Mhm.
try to get through it quicker because I was on here almost 8 hours that one day. It was too
Yeah.
much.
Yeah. That's I
It
was
was
gonna
way
say. Like,
too much.
we'll definitely, you know, if you want, we'll get together and discuss that thing. But I don't want to do it when you got a day like that. You know what I mean? Because it's the last thing
Right.
you're gonna want to do. But yeah,
No
just
doubt.
hit me up or whatever. I'll get with you and we'll figure it out.
All right, lady. I'm gonna throw you off because that's what I do
Thank
over
you.
here.
I know, right? I
Later.
like it.
All right. Later, Ro. Thanks for coming up. All right. So we're gonna go over this. No, I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Oh shoot! Hang on. Hang on one more minute. I'm back in the saddle again. Back in the saddle again. I don't know anyone normal, including myself. Me neither. I'm not normal. I'm not normal for sure. I don't claim to be. Hey, I'm a weirdo, admittedly a weirdo. For sure. Oh, Lord. You have CPTSD. Got cold. So, yes. Thanks, Ro, for hanging out. So, as I said, I will read this and then I'm going to read the states. If your name, it sounds like if your name is on that suit, there are people who can help you. To limit the detrimental effects, slaps can have 32 states as well as the District of Columbia and the Territory of Guam have enacted laws to both assist defendants in seeking dismissal and to deter vexatious litigants from bringing such suits in the first place. An anti-slap law at its core is one by which a legislature imposes external change upon judicial procedure in implicit recognition that the judiciary has not itself modified its own procedures to deal with this specific brand of abusive litigation. Although procedural in operation, these laws protect substantive rights and substantive effects. I believe I said that right. So it should not be surprising that each of the 34 legislative enactments have been performed statutorily. None are achieved through civil procedure rules. The states, here it is, guys, the states that have passed anti-slap legislation in one form or another. So you'll have to see exactly what your state has done with this slap law, okay? Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia, Florida, Georgia, Guam, Hawaii, Illinois, Indiana, Kansas, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Missouri, Nebraska, Nevada, New Mexico, New York, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, and Washington. Did I say that fast enough? Put that at high speed. Yeah, I'm getting off here, Deb. I am getting off here, Deb. Debbie's running me off. She's like, bitch, get off of there. Tired of listening to you. Please remember, class, always give your opinion and let people know it's your opinion. And that'll stop a lot of the arguing. Maybe not. Probably not. H, you email me that news. You do it. But I have to say, okay, that Leilani Simon's trial today, day 6, the defense, he didn't have a migraine today. And it's really good. So y'all can go watch what I didn't show you at Court TV. Maybe they fixed the sound. Maybe they somehow fixed the sound when she was doing the interview with the FBI guy. So I might check that and see. Granny's watching GoFundMe is beating Bullhorn Betty's GoFundMe. Well, I just read where if your name is on that list, there's a place you can contact. Yeah, I just said it. You just have to find, I guess, the lawyer. For real. I just said it all. Nobody listens to me anyway. Thank you, Rose. They're like that bitch. She just can't get it together. She just can't be professional and get it together. She says fuck. A lot. But I am going to get my butt off here. It's been a long morning for me. Somebody stole my laundry soap. Yep, it was we never thought up a word for criminal. It was a fucking smooth criminal because I didn't catch their ass. Little fuckers. All right, H, let me look at your email before I get off here. But yes, hang on, I need to put over in my community tab how you guys can find that bill. I will try to do that. Hold on. Where are you at? I don't see it, H. I don't think you sent it to me there, Mr. H. Davis. Maybe you did. Let me, hold on. No, sir. I haven't gotten anything. Except for a reminder I need to get rid of some of these freaking emails. All right, buddy. I'll try to pull it up. Later. But yes, all you have to do is pull up, just put in the Google search bar, UPEPA. You don't even have to capitalize it. Just put in UPEPA. And it will take you right to everything I just showed you. There's a lot more to it. A lot more to it. Did want to pull something up real quick. Let me find it. But yeah, it's judges and they have to be lawyers that are qualified to practice law, practicing lawyers, judges, legislators, legislative staff, law professors who have been appointed by the state governments, as well as the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, to research, draft, promote, enactment of uniform state laws and areas of state law where uniformity is desirable and practical. And basically, what I said was that, you know, harassment lawsuits and things like that. Yeah. But how does any of that? I mean, that's a conversation we'll have some other time. For real. How does this coincide with YouTube itself? I don't know. We shall see. We shall see. I'm getting my ass off here. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Oh, I got a piece. Peace. Peace, man. Later.